I'm recording. Cool. You guys can still see the stream. Is that correct? Just triple checking. All right, cool. And then I will share my. If you guys, I'm assuming you guys, for the most part, have my YouTube, but I'll just upload this to YouTube. Um, I saw that Abercrombie's having itself quite the day too. Earnings, I'm assuming, or was it preliminary earnings? What was it? Preliminary earnings? Yeah, ER. Good for them. Up 30%. Amazing stuff. Yep, 55 bucks. Look at Snow, baby. Come on, let's go. Now we're cooking. Don't just go make a high and fail, buddy. You make a high and keep going. Meta, very nice. Man, I like this look on Meta too. TEM action sucks. Coin action sucks. Oh, TEM, terrible. Coin, very shitty. Tesla. This is the one I care about a ton right now because my heart's a little torn. Part of me knows I need to get paid, and part of me doesn't want to get back too much, and obviously the other part of me wants to just trail this thing to the moon. We'll see. App loving too. Man, yesterday would have been such a nice day for this thing. There she goes. App freaking loving. Yeah, do not hate this meta action. This thing looked buyable right over yesterday's highs too. We'll keep a close eye on this one going forward. Coin getting slapped. Where's food? Everywhere. Nvidia coming down. Palantir with a slick little move up and a fail right at that left side peak. Man, coin coming down kind of nasty, huh? Needs this though. A little sideways consolidation is good. MSTR going to come straight down to the 50 here pretty soon. Yeah, Joby was interesting. I put it on my watch list. Joby and Archer. They deserve a little spot on there with the way they've been acting. Same with Rocket Lab. Amazon, very nice too. This thing's starting to act better. Looks just like Meta as well. Part of me wants to snag a little Amazon here, but it looks just like Meta. $200 stock. You could use the 200 simple as your stop. Could even use a couple days ago low. No, I think I gotta wait for Nvidia earnings. I think that's the right move with CoreWeave. You know, could very well be that today was a good short on it, but really nice fail off the open. You good, babe? Pony got smoked this morning. Gap down, roll over. How's HSAI looking? Yeah. Yeah. Spotify still not doing anything. Boy, that name's annoying, huh? Shake Shack looks like it's trying to go for day 2. Yeah, Nvidia, AMD, Google's acting a whole lot better, man. A whole lot better. Yeah, Meta was definitely buyable. Meta was buyable too. Had like this nice little neat consolidation. Nothing too crazy about it. Definitely better yesterday, but not bad today. Had like this little shelf here. It's like super subtle, but just kind of how I look at it. Just had to get through that little shelf. This little area of supply. And now that it has, it's kind of rocketing higher right here. Damn, coin. What are they doing to you? I got CoreWeave getting slapped too. Oh well. Can't catch them all. I had a nice trade on CoreWeave. Not only did I get my lost shekels back, I did alright. Hymns? Yeah, it could be. I'd rather wait for a higher low setup. Tempest getting its ass kicked. Google, Amazon, Meta, today's leaders in the mega cap space. Coin MSTR. MSTR is about to make a fresh low. I'm telling you. The second Bitcoin starts to sneeze, that's too bad too, man. What an easy short this would have been. This Twilio does not look bad either. I don't know how this one went off my radar. Still, just like the others, it's the same issues, right? They rallied so hard after they got above their 50. It's just a touch extended from the 50, but not nearly like the others. Short ANF? No, it's a gap up on earnings. I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't short this here. I don't really see the setup. I'm sure it could work, but holy CoreWeave, man. Yeah, I need to make sure I'm not getting too cute today on adding a bunch of exposure. You know, if anything, I need to, you know, have a little name or two that I could be watching for a short. Man, Carvana, this bull flag breakout continues. It's like the most impressive stock in the market, man. It's crazy. I mean, price action's going off my screen. Yeah, because of NVIDIA. So, like, anything tech related, you just want to be a little bit more thoughtful of it today because, you know, if NVIDIA has bad reaction to its earnings, it's not gonna be a good time for the market, right? If this thing acts like Okta tomorrow, or, you know, today, it's not gonna be so good. Well, I'll tell you what. Between Microsoft, I mean, Meta's very impressive today. Meta's the impressive one. AVGO, the other one that I'm okay in buying today. So, you know, I am watching it, but obviously, again, with NVIDIA, I can't really size this thing up, dude. It's just not the right way. It's just not the right way. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, if I can get myself positioned in after hours, I'll buy it. I did it once with Hood, and then it cost me the next day. But I did it. I did it all right. Yeah, CEG. Little follow through. VST. Some more follow through. GE keeps acting well. Unbelievable what this GE's doing. Dash, nice to see this thing acting well. Dash needs to trigger over 210. Over 210, I'm in there. Walmart building out a nice little base here. Slow as ever, but nice to see this one stop going down. This is the one that caused the market downtrend. Costco as well, hanging in there. LTH, you talking about my gym like that? Yeah, LTH looks like a bear flag. Geo's the other one that looks kind of bear flaggy. In fact, fuck, this trade's so thin, man. PDD still getting beaten up. No, I think it's good to have a short setup or two on watch right now, and if you can execute on it because you understand the setup and you start to gain a little bit of traction, then that's okay. And then if the market begins to reward you, like it's like saying you shorted MSTR 3 days ago, and then you're gaining some traction on it. And then today you come in and you short Geo and you're gaining some traction on it. And then the next day you come in and short something else and you're gaining some traction on it. You're either one, an incredible short stock picker, which is fine, and you're making money while the market's going flat. But then if the market starts to pull back a little bit, right, and maybe even dump on Nvidia earnings, you're now really sitting in the driver's seat with just some trimmed longs and now some fresh shorts. So I don't hate that at all. So yeah, I think you can definitely keep an eye out for a potential short or two. God, MSTR, so irritating. Yeah, I'm just watching Uber here. If this thing starts to really push out over yesterday's highs, I would consider buying some. It's got the 10-day just overhead, so be kind of thoughtful of that. And if it can start to get over 90 bucks and then use a dollar stop, I think that's not a bad idea. But again, I see a lot of stocks kind of coming down on my radar today. So pretty flat market. Let me see what the advanced decliners lines look like. Okay, so right now we've got almost 60% of stocks declining in the market. So just be thoughtful before you start piling into stuff. Finviz. Finviz. Yeah, I'm kind of in that mindset right now. With Nvidia earnings, guys, it's the big one. It's the big Kahuna. It could literally throw a wet blanket on this entire thing. You know, some names like maybe Dash could work without it, but you know, I don't want to be getting aggressive in front of Nvidia's earnings and then just um, you're just getting aggressive in front of an event, and there's no need for it, right? Nvidia's the kind of stock that can fuck up a lot of other stocks. All right, that's just me putting it lightly. It's that kind of a stock. And the last thing I want us doing is piling in a bunch of exposure, and then all of a sudden tonight, Nvidia gets its ass kicked, and then your stocks that you just bought are gapping down, and then plus the stocks that you already had open are getting beaten up. So it just becomes like you having to manage so much risk, and all your stocks are not performing well in the day. Like, it's just, if you've got some names open, you know, make sure you're managing them properly. Let them work on their ascending moving averages. You know, don't stress about them. And then, you know, if you have some names that are untrimmed, you know, and they're extended, make sure that you get them trimmed. That's kind of my feeling on Nvidia today. Nvidia on Tesla today. If the market begins to act a little heavy, right, I want to make sure that, you know, I have some good profits to take off the table. You know, make sure I get paid. Man, CEG is acting awesome right now. Palantir bouncing off the 20-day. Still has some nice overhead. Yeah, it's testing the 10, but it's got to get over that 127, 128 level. So maybe not even today, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow could be better. Don't hate the action in Uber. Don't hate the action in Snow. Would like a little bit better action, but don't hate it. You know, the one that I wouldn't mind shorting is this Olrigetti. tired of these damn fake ass quantum names. All right. Oof, man, TEM. What the hell happened here? Oh, down 11%. Holy shit. Even Rocket Lab kind of getting its ass kicked here. Almost red on the day? Boy. Yeah, and Varun, you know, the thing is, too, is the market had already gone up really nicely for 6 weeks. You know, people think that now is the easier time to buy stocks. In fact, it was a few weeks ago. This is just way too thin for me, but I like these kind of shorts where you get this little consolidation, you get this little bump right into the 20-day on Geo, and then you get your 5-minute 620 setup. So like as this thing is going red, so like a short pretty much anywhere in here with your stop at high a day, like that 40-cent stop. I mean, this is like, you know, effectively using the 20 as your stop. Geo's a great short idea in my opinion. Like very simple to manage is really what it is. Zen out here shorting Palantir. I don't hate it. God, this CLS, man, even on such small shares left, holy cow, I've seen so much of my money go back. Yeah, ASTS is a cult stock, dude. ASTS is a cult name. And 100% this thing could be a short. Alright, take it easy, Zed. Take it easy. I'm just kidding. No, nice short. Yeah, against and this is why I was saying 127, 128. Can't get above that. It's a short. CLS might knock me out today because I'm not hanging in this thing below the 10. $10 move in 2 days. Good God. And Bitcoin staying heavy, MSTR staying heavy. God, that would have been such a nice short too. Shame. Yeah, Tesla. I might be prudent if you know this thing starts to break this dip level yesterday, so you guys can see pretty much the level that I'm talking about. where this thing had this pullback yesterday, and then obviously closed strong. So this 358 to 359 level has to hold for me to want to stay in this thing. You can even also see how this thing held right here too. So has to hold. Exactly where it bounced off of this morning. So if it can't hold that level, I will be trimmed. Yeah, but Spotify's acting like shit, kinda, in my opinion. I mean, it's tightening up really nicely here, but it's market dependent, right? If the market goes higher, I think Spotify could go higher. If the market starts to roll over for a few days, I think Spotify's gonna get its ass kicked. Even if just back to the 50, right? Who knows? I honestly have no real clue. All I know is that I don't really want to long this name anymore. I'm kind of over it. Those Bitcoin names. Smoked. Dash X. Fantastic. You want to know a name that doesn't care about the market right now? It's Dash. Yep. Yeah, LTH. LTH starting to break down like a short. So these are the kind of setups that you do want to get. Oh, very nice. Very nice, J2. Yeah, these are the setups that how you kind of want to execute. And if you've seen my video on how to ebb and flow long and short, this is exactly what you want to do. Negative earnings reaction, bear flag, what stocks are acting bad when the market's acting well, right? LTH fits the bill of stocks that are acting bad when the market's acting well. And then you get a little short going. Does the market reward it or punish it? Dash. I have a half-size position in Dash right now. It's acting super well. Doesn't seem to care about the market too much, to be honest with you. Yeah, I like that LTH short you took. Yeah, no, I won't be buying this weakness on HIMS. Jesus, guys, you take the wrestling somewhere else? No, HIMS is just not acting well. I don't think it has anything to do with the market. I just think it's just HIMS at the moment. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Thoughts on Hood for a short? No, I don't want to short some of the best stocks in the market. No. What you have to do for a short is you have to ask yourself, what are some of the stocks that are acting worse when the market's acting best? Right? Hood's been acting the best while the market's been acting well. Right? Would you rather be short Hood, or would you rather be short HIMS, or would you rather be short Hood, or would you rather be short LTH? I saw that earnings yesterday, Box. Yeah, they just move. They typically move 1.97% per day. So they're outside of today. They're typically a turtle. So I would just leave it alone. Thoughts on this Okta breakdown? Yeah, leave it alone. Earnings gap downs are something to not try to catch the bottom on. Yep, just let it be. You know, if it sets up again in the future as a higher low setup, then we can get it. But you don't want to try and catch the low on Okta. To gap down on earnings could get bad. Yeah, I don't want to buy the HIMS dip. I want to buy the HIMS higher low setup. 56.55. That's where I want to buy it. I don't really care to buy this thing as a 20 SMA UNR. Which could very well occur at 53 bucks. Right? Let it show you it's trying to bounce at the 21st, and then when it takes out this little range that it's building, this range of the past 4 days, in another day or two, then you can come in for it. At least that's how I would plan on doing it. But for now, this is just in a little range. Needs to get back out above that range. Yeah, crypto names got absolutely wiped. CleanSpark, Mara. Yeah, you lose. This is what happens when you're below the 200. Remember how bullish people were getting on these things before they were above their 200? Here you go. No thanks. CrowdStrike. Yeah, TEM got smoked. Snowflake not doing anything. What's my average in Snowflake? 205. 40. 205.40. Yeah, GEV is a powerhouse, man. No pun intended. GME got its ass kicked today too. Coin got its ass kicked. Palantir with the bounce back. Yeah, Tesla's acting fine. Tesla's acting fine. I've got a level for it though where I will trim some of my position. I just have to. I hate that I'm already thinking that I got to trim it, but the reality is I got to get paid. We got a pretty big event coming up with this Nvidia Catalyst, and if this thing's going to go ahead and break $358, then I got to take some off the table. But if it's going to stay above that, then more power to Tesla. See what it wants to do. Yeah, Joe. Yep. We talked about it a bunch already. Smoked. I guess there was a short report out on it. Nancy sold. Nancy sold her TEM. Oh, GameStop. Power to the players. We know who's selling MSTR. Probably Howard Lutnick and Cantor Fitzgerald. If I had to take a wild guess. Yeah, there is nothing to do here today. I scooped a little bit of Dash, and I'm eyeballing a short or two, and that's all I can really do. Just managing my snow, which I recently bought, and I'm up a whopping 50 cents in, and I'm basically flat on my Uber ads yesterday, and I'm down 40 cents on my Dash shares today, so nothing really to do. If Rigetti starts to act heavy with IONQ, then I'd like to short that turd. But again, that's my bias speaking. I should be short some MSTR instead. I don't prefer momentum leaders. I prefer stocks like that are acting bad while the market was acting well. So somebody in here mentioned LTH, perfect bear flag, right? You get this nasty rejection on earnings. You get this beautiful consolidation as a bear flag. You start to break down today. Very easy kind of a setup to get into and to manage. Geo's another one of those that I think kind of fits the bill, right? Pretty nasty move down on earnings, just a consolidation here, right? You've got this declining 20 to use as your guide, so it's very easy. It's like 50 cents above, so bad if you're short, it's bad above 27.90 and good as a short below 27.90. Otherwise, I don't really see a ton to do going into NVIDIA earnings other than just kind of manage what you own and see how they act. And if you could find yourself in a short, great. If you can't, then just kind of leave it alone. And then on the flip side of that, there are stocks that are just acting awesome, right? Like Carvana pushing out of this little bull flag and just still pushing higher. I thought Dash was acting pretty interesting, so we'll see if this Dash decides to hang out and go a little bit higher. It feels like all-time highs are coming on Dash, honestly. Wouldn't be too surprised about that. So, low of day stop. It's a half position for me on Dash. And then I'd like to add to Uber too, but I don't know if that's the right thing to do. I added already yesterday, and we are going to need the market to start to push, right? For now, yeah, could I look at Reddit? Looks like shit. I've already looked at it. Looks terrible. Absolutely horrendous. Yeah, it looks terrible. I thought it looked terrible at $125, and I think it looks just as bad right here. Can I put it lightly? It doesn't look too good. It doesn't look too good. No, I know Joe's looking at it for a potential short, so his eyes are on the right place. Um, so Joe, yeah, you're definitely thinking the right thing in my opinion. I mean, is it a little overdone? Right? Is this the one you'd rather short? You know, I don't know. I don't know. Like, is it better than Geo, or is it better than LTH? You know, yeah, probably because it's below the 200 actually. You know, MSTR is that other one that just is godforsaken heavy, man. Oh yeah, it's a boring morning for sure. And I wish I were short MSTR. Yeah, well, it led Bitcoin on the way up, and now it looks like it's leading Bitcoin on the way down. And it looks like these Bitcoin treasury companies are taking it today. So MSTR down, GME down, ASST down. If I had to assume, the CEP is down. Um, well, actually, this one's up. And then what's the other one? That SMLR. Yeah, it looks like this looks terrible too. So yeah, these Bitcoin treasury companies look horrible. Hood just needs some sideways. Hood coming down is good, but they're not really a Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean they're not even below their 10-day. You out of here, my love? I'll let you how it goes then into Chino. I'm gonna try to be there a few minutes early. So I'll be there a few minutes early so I can get back on time. Take a couple Love you. Don't stress out. That sounds good. Yep. Love you. All right. No, I'm okay. I'm good. Yeah, nice to see it not totally getting killed. Unfortunately for you, son. SMLR still going lower. Yeah, these Bitcoin names aren't acting all that hot. ASST, yep, lower. GME smoked. Oh my god, they bought 4,500 Bitcoin. Everybody pile in. Oh no. Oh. I saw that. I saw Michael Saylor pumping that one on X. That dude's a total scum with all his pumping, dude. You know, and for that matter, so are all those dudes from the All In podcast. They're just as bad, maybe worse. Yeah, CDE fantastic. Guys, it was a beautiful high type flag. And Silver J2 was not even acting well yesterday, and it was and CDE was up. Silver's flat today and CDE is up. What do you think CDE is going to be at when Silver finally starts to go? Man, let me tell you. J2, CDE's a beast. It's like, one of the better names that we had on the watch list over the past couple days. And I hope somebody got it. No, they're not. They're if you want to learn how to grift, they feel like ultimate grifters. I don't actually hate the conversations that they had, but listening to someone like David Sachs, he's a bozo too. They just got lucky with their early investments, and that did really awesome for them, and they got wealthy, and good for them. Chamath got rich doing SPACs and taking people's money. He's a scumbag. Good market calls. When you make a market call every single day, eventually you're going to get some right. I didn't know they stack shit so high. 6 feet tall. No, they're just grifters, man. And now they want to grift as the all in. I don't know if anybody saw that tweet, but it's a let me tell you. You tried some Hinge Long? But it's acting weak when the market's acting weak. I don't see it, Zen. It didn't even trigger a 620 setup. It's below the 20. The 5-minute rejected the 20. It didn't trigger a 620 to the upside. The market's kind of coming lower right now. I don't know. I don't see it. But if you see something, I don't hate it. I just don't see it. Use monthly VWAP as bullish pivot, so risking off that. I don't even know exactly where that's at, but I believe you. KGC flagging up here nicely. These things look like they want to go higher too. EGO just triggered an alert here. Over 20 bucks. Too thin for me to play, but looks like this thing's going higher too. Oh man, GameStop. Oh man. Whew. Power to the investors. I love the bots on X now. You'll like post a message, and then all of a sudden there'll be like a reply, and they'll be like, "This gentleman's really great." And at first you think they're talking about you, but now you've gotten used to it that they're definitely not talking about you. This gentleman's really great. All right. Come on, Toasty. What are you doing? Yeah, I mean, this is the most important NVIDIA earnings until the next NVIDIA earnings. It could easily be argued. Oh, Tesla. Come on, young buddy. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Oh, man, MSTR and coin. Getting creamed. Yeah, if I had a smaller account and I could play it, I 100% would. I would have taken this thing earlier when I mentioned it. Right? On the 620 setup as this thing went red on the day. Right? I would have taken it, something like 2440s, or sorry, 2740s with my stop at high of day. Using the 20 simple moving average basically as my guide. Oh, EGO, sorry. Tripping. EGO, yeah, $20. Yep. Yeah, I would take this with my stop at low of day. I mean, you get 20 cents of risk. It's nothing. And these names are acting well, right? EGO acts well, my KGC acts well, CDE acts well, AEM acts all right, AU acts pretty well. I mean, they're not doing anything wrong. I wonder how NEM is acting. NEM looks all right. I mean, these things are just going sideways, but EGO looks like it's hanging in there best. Yeah, FSM going higher. Silver's acting great. Silver's kind of acting best, but EGO's hanging in there really well too. And it's 20 cents of risk, I mean, almost doesn't, you could put a 10% position on there and sleep like a baby, knowing that, you're going to lose nothing if you're wrong. I mean, you literally got 0.1% risk to the account on a 10% position too. Man, TEM, 16%. Something tells me I'm going to have to cut my Tesla shares today. Give them a good old trimming. I will be out half of my Tesla. Theo. I'm not muted. I just wasn't talking. Yeah, I do change my scaling rules. So like when I'm trimming some into strength, I'm multiples away from the 50, then it's always the same thing. But yeah, my trimming rules, they do kind of change because like a stock like Tesla, I didn't trim at all day 3 to 5. Right? I bought it like 20 days ago and I've just been sitting there. So, um, but under most circumstances, day 3 to 5, I like to trim, a third to a half, depending on how quickly the stock moves away from my average. And then other times, if you're coming up to an earnings report, then you might need to get trimmed more because you don't have enough cushion, right? Like HSAI, for example. Um, Man, these XLV names still don't act well. Lilly looks like it's going to break down some more too. But yeah, it's all market dependent, right, Zen? Because what if you buy a stock and it's a stock that's acting really, really well immediately after earnings, right? You don't really want to trim that thing at all. Or what if you buy a stock as you're coming out of a market correction and you bought it from earnings? This is a little bit of both, Riley. This is a trim to get my first shares trimmed off, and I'm also extended from the 50. So, but again, it has to break that 258 level. So if we're not acting well below that 259, 258, then I'll peel. But if it's just going to bounce around here for a little bit, then I'm not really going to stress it. Because the market could easily start to bounce here, and then so could Tesla. So I've got my level. Holy shit, they killed TEM. Uber still acts really nice too. Uber acts this nice in a down market. Beautiful. It's got that beach ball underwater kind of thing going on here. But yeah, I'm not just going to trim it. I need to see it break below my level, which is where it was finding support at yesterday. Right? Otherwise, I'll just hang on to it. And for the record, we are 7 times its hold on. Let me just triple check. We are 6.58 times its ATR from the 50. So, we're right around my trim level. At 7, I like to get trimmed, and I haven't trimmed any. And normally this is where I would take an extra 20% off. So, like, if I were already out half, right, and hypothetically, let's just say I had, 4,000 shares left, then this would be where I would trim another 800 shares. I had one. It just it wasn't that great, so I took it off. So I'd have to have like Perplexity make me another one, or you know somebody make me another one. Yeah, I had one. I just didn't like it. You have one for ATR? Thank you. You have one for average percent true range? I have APTR on my scans. Like, for instance, Uber's 3.41, Tesla's 5.29. You want to do me a solid? Link that in the resources room, or the scans room, I mean, if you could. Thank you. Novartis getting beaten up some more. OUST? Yeah, OUST is looking great. The hell is this? It kind of looks like TEM. Oh, it's a LiDAR name? Nice. Well, what the hell's HSAI then? Chop liver? What do they do? Aren't they a LiDAR name too? Can't believe this eats nice and green on the day. What a beast of a chart. Shack some more too. Nice volume for Joby. Really on nothing more than an investment from Honda. Which, by the way, there's already been news like that in the past where they invested like 600 million. Oh yeah, Toyota. There you go. Yeah, I don't know how well that's gonna work. You know how loud those things are? Like I said, my neighbor dislikes me. My neighbor dislikes me when I fly around my little DJI drone. Hearn. This is probably people in Minervini's room. Almost guaranteed. Wasn't this one of the names that they were watching? Oh my god. Woo! Oh man. You know what's hanging in there really well is damn Oklo. Holy Oklo, man. No. He just posted for Hearn? Tell me you're joking. He just posted sell Hearn? Oh my god, dude. This is the shit I'm saying, guys. This is, guys, it's funny. I didn't even know that, but I knew that they were watching this as a base. And if he has like a sell now, and then, you know, you've got like the however many 50 or 100 people who actually bought this thing in his room, little pieces of it. There you go. He says sell now, and then it just crumples. Cut half, then the rest. Oh, man. Oh. The amount of people who came in to talk nicely about the man on his new website. Unbelievable. A shocker, I tell you. He bought it yesterday, 25% position, and then he cut it today as soon as it got to today's low of day. Of course. Classic Minervini. Doesn't surprise me one bit. I knew as soon as I saw that thing dumping, I was like, wait a second. This is on Minervini's watch list. Oh, no. Oh, no. I tried to tell you guys. Avoid these e-liquid turds. Man, I'm thankful I trimmed some toast, but boy, what the hell, man? What do I got left? Shares from $40.81. I'm up a buck left on my shares. A victory lap tweet? I don't know about what. Yeah, and nobody will really call him out for trading super liquid names. And anybody who has called him out, they've been blocked already, so they have been blocked, muted, and cast off to a different island. Oh, man. he's never wrong. Minervini, no, he's never wrong. I've never seen him be wrong ever. Not ever. Market acting a touch heavy today. Nothing serious. A pickup in volume a little bit. Yeah, and you know what it is too? It's just like you just can't how are you supposed to ever scale a portfolio when you're focused on illiquid names? It just is not possible. Guys, it's just impossible. It just is what it is. And then the fact that, he literally out loud said that there just weren't many setups Well, if all you trade are VCPs, well, then of course there aren't many setups. But there were flat bases, there were undercut and rallies. I mean, people have to go way back to the top of my watch list, like when I kind of first started the room. Nvidia was a higher low setup at 99 and a half, and Netflix was an undercut and rally at 854. So if you just haven't taught yourself more setups, well then you might starve for a year waiting for VCPs. You can't just sit around and do absolutely nothing for a few weeks, months, not a few weeks, months, sometimes even a full year waiting for VCPs because you're in a downtrending market. So it's like, oh, yeah, I also don't short. Oh, all right. So it's like you don't short, you only trade VCPs. It's like you're going to starve. Yeah, it was the higher low setup. I posted it in the room too. It just gapped up above it, so I left it alone. It was right here. So you had this move down, then you had that big move up, and this was on the Wednesday. And then you had this next move down, and I was playing this as, so when this thing started to turn back up, this little green day, I was kind of looking for it to break out over prior day high, but it never did. So I was still looking to play it over this high right here. So here's your low, right? And then here's your higher low. That's it. And Nvidia had gotten so beaten up, and at the time you had heard me telling everybody in the room, the market cannot go higher without these mega caps. It was just a fact, right? You're gonna need Microsoft, you're gonna need Google, you're gonna need Tesla, you're gonna need Nvidia, you're gonna need Apple, you're gonna need Meta, you're gonna need Amazon, like the 10 best companies and biggest companies in the world. You're gonna need them to turn up. And so I was playing it as a higher low setup. That's it. Again, a lot of it has to do with your situational awareness, and that people are like, oh, well, Ariel, it's below the 200. Yes, it's below the 200, but you're allowed to do that with the 10 best companies in the world on a setup that you understand. Really, under no other circumstances should you be doing that. But if it's one of the 10 best companies in the world, all right, fine. Right? It's forgivable. And besides, the market can't go higher without them. So if you told yourself, oh, well, the market's going to go higher, well, how's it going to go higher without an Nvidia? Fact is it's not. Yeah, follow through day is very easy. So usually you just get a market low, and then typically you'll get like 3 to 4 days, like really 3 days up off the lows, like just a little move higher, and then you'll get a pickup in volume and another green day. So the reason that this was considered a follow through day is because you already had this move here, and then you had like this little pullback, and then there was nasty breath on 421 for the S&P 500, and then the next day you get a gap up and then a pickup in volume. Oh man, CoreWeave. Damn. Wish I would have gotten a little short onto that thing. Holy scranoles. Man, even just like half size. 5,000 shares would have been sweet. Yeah, Tesla also had terrible sentiment. Yes, it did. Gold coming down. No, it won't be in the resources page. It'll be in the scans page, Sean. Yeah, Sean, the script is going to be in the scans tab. No, I haven't done the 1 minute, 5 minute opening range low. All right, CLS. I appreciate you. At least this is giving me a very clean stop level. Spotify starting to move. 1.28%. Yeah, it needs to finish going sideways here, but it's acting all right. Come on, old Rigetti, you can do it. How did I find? Well, I didn't know it was going to happen. Right? I just knew that that's a setup that I'm comfortable with. So you see it that maybe even the day before, and I remember it clearly that Uber was trying to find a little bit of support on that 50, but the market just wasn't being too friendly and it closed a little bit below. But I knew that if it started to reclaim the 50 simple moving average, that that's the setup it would become. So you've got a plan. I didn't know it would become that, but I knew that it was acting well, and I was watching that 50 simple moving average be reclaimed. So it's one of those where you have to know the setup, and you don't know that it's happening until you're watching it and it's happening. I mean, I don't think Roy would have been hanging out in that too long. Yeah, I'll watch it as a DTSS for sure, but we'll see when it gets there. I mean, I personally think that this is, you know, a bit insane. Yeah, we'll see when it gets there. Gil Morales coined this a punch bowl of death. Yep. Yeah, Oklo $60 will be interesting. You're still in it, not sure what to do? Well, have you trimmed? Have you trimmed some Oklo into strength? I mean, that's the smartest thing you can do. And then leave yourself your runners and trail your ascending moving averages. Don't overthink it. You're in a stock that's going vertical. That's like best case scenario for anybody. Yeah, I talked about Uber. I added some yesterday, and there's nothing else I can do with it right now. I was thinking about potentially adding over yesterday's highs, some a little bit more, basically at $90. But again, market's going down, so and we've got a pretty big event coming up in after hours, right? There's nothing I can really do with that. I mean, I should. I already said I shouldn't be adding too much risk um, with Nvidia's event coming up. So, I bought a little bit of Dash, and that was all I could really do. And I'm even red on my Dash right now, but not a bunch. So it's a half position in Dash. So pretty big Nvidia event coming up. So, again, what's there really to do? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Nvidia can crush the whole market. At least put a, could be a damper on the party for a little bit. So, and that's the last thing I need. It's just to be buying it and then all of a sudden to be stopping out of a bunch of stocks before Nvidia's earnings or after Nvidia's earnings. Yeah, if Nvidia gaps up and it's good earnings and the earnings are received well, then yeah, I'll probably buy some AVGO. I'll be looking at TSM tomorrow. I might even be looking at Nvidia or maybe just something like Soxel. Not totally sure. Right? It would probably help, Bitcoin catch a bid. But something looks wrong there in MSTR, so I don't know. Probably just an avoid there, but yeah, who knows? Whatever happens, just keep, Tesla rolling. That's the ideal. Yeah, I mean, Carvana's up another 2% today. That little flag on Carvana was, I mean, clearly enough. Awesome, awesome move for Carvana here. Just superb, man. Like, what a friggin' move. I mean, it's to me, it's the most impressive move over the last 2 years. You took Hims as a 20 SMA UNR? Well, how did you do that, Riley, considering it hasn't reclaimed its 20 day yet? Hmm? How'd you do that? Hasn't reclaimed the 20 yet. But yeah, definitely keeping an eye on it down here if it can reclaim the 20 day. It is putting in a 620 setup, which is pretty interesting. My 20 simple moving average is 52.82. Your 20 EMA is 51.66. Is it just a preference thing? Um, yeah, I mean, for me, it's just I've gotten used to simple moving averages. I talked about this earlier. Exponential puts more weighting on the most previous candlesticks, and simple gives it an equal weighting for all of them. Yeah, I think it's here's the reality. They're they're they are not moving averages are not some golden tickets to entry. And remember that EMAs and SMAs, they're all lagging indicators, right? So they're lagging behind price. So the reality is that they don't, they I don't want to say they don't matter, but they're not there to tell you exactly when to buy, exactly when to sell, exactly when to trim, exactly what to do. They're just used as reference points to bigger picture trailing thoughts, momentum, group strength, right? Like they just give you other things. But, they're not like the end all be all where you're like, "Oh, you know, the 20 EMA or the 20 SMA, like you can't do it." Right? Like no, you can do it. Right? But it's just how do you manage risk? What group are you buying? How are you doing it? Right? There's a lot of other little variables. Yeah, exactly. Price is the only non-lagging indicator. That's exactly right. Yeah, Oklo, fantastic. CLS bounced exactly where it needed to. Exactly. TMDXX, awesome. My toast is kind of heavy, man. Shame. Soldier DY. What's DY doing? Well, I mean, DY's acting fine. Why is it a shit stock? Where'd you buy it? Oh, high volume close. Yeah, I mean, market's having a down day. This thing's just going sideways. Problem is like, okay, think about where you bought it. Think about where it just came from. Like, you're over here showing up 70% later, right? With no meaningful sideways. And then, like, you're expecting it to just go what? More vertical? Like, you want it to double up? Like, you just want it to do what it just did? Like, are you looking to catch another 70% move? And now this thing, before you know it, is all the way at 400 for you? Like, it's just not going to happen. Yeah, it's never done this kind of an up move before. Ever. Never this vertical. I mean, this is like a move up and then some sideways, and then a move up and then some sideways, and then a move up and then some sideways. This is literally like 12 o'clock on on a clock. This is 12 o'clock on the clock, and it's never done that before. And now you're buying it way up here without like some real sideways, like at the very least like something like this over here, right, where it just chops around for 3 weeks. But in that case, you don't really want to be in it, do you? Or here, where it just chops around for 2 months. You don't really want to be in that, do you? This chopped around from basically December 18th and didn't take off again until ends of February, 2 months. Then it went sideways for like 3 weeks, and then it chopped around from March 12th until May 6th. Like, you don't really want to be in that, do you? Right? So it's like, now this thing just goes vertical. How long do you think this thing's got to chop around for? Like, you don't really want to be in that, do you? You know what I mean? I'm just trying to help you put the pieces together that I know you already understand. It's just about, putting the pieces together. But you get it. Like, when I show you and explain it in real time, you're like, yeah, you know what? Dude, that makes some sense. Right? Like, that makes sense. It's just about, like, thinking through that kind of stuff in real time. That's all. Which I know you're totally capable of doing. You just need a little bit of guidance at first. And then once you get it, then you got it. Yeah, that's how it feels at first, man. That's literally how it feels at first. All right. Well, feeling a little bit better about that CLS. Gold a touch heavy. Heyo, look at those names too. I'm assuming you're short SMCI. Oh, it's a long only. I don't know what TIA FSA means, but I'm assuming it means Canadian. I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming that's what it means. Oh, tax-free savings account. I got it. I love it. I love that you can do that in your tax-free savings account. That's amazing. I wish I could get tax-free savings through my bank. A tax-free savings account. I could trade through my bank, but I don't have no tax-free savings account. Yeah, I know, but it's not. That's just an IRA, but that's not like this is literally connected to his bank, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. IRA is not connected to the bank, or I mean, maybe not that I know. My IRA is through E Trade. Yeah, I've got I did a backdoor Roth is what I had started, so I just don't really trade a ton out of it. I should. No, no, that's the IRS. Yeah, we can't have Okta. We cannot have Okta. Market's a little red today. 70% decliners on the day. I'll post a little heat map for everybody to see. It's kind of what we're looking at right now. You picked up coin on the 10 day. But let me ask you this, though. Why are you guys buying stocks as UNRs when the market's going down? I mean, it could very well work, but I think in this instance, higher low setup is a better idea, maybe. Or at the very least, wait for Bitcoin to be popping back up because Bitcoin's not even popping back up at the moment, right? Bitcoin's trying to break yesterday's lows, meaning it's trying to break yesterday's range and go lower, right? I'm not saying that that's going to be true, but we're very extended here on Bitcoin, guys. Guys, this is a double top short sale as far as Gil Morales is concerned. And as far as I'm concerned at the moment, it looks the same to me too. And this, has rejected basically that 110,000 level. And this is still extended from the 50. I mean, if Bitcoin moves 3% per day, it's still quite a bit away from the 50, right? It's still almost 6 times away from the 50. So UNRs right now, I don't know that they're completely I mean, it could work, but boy, you guys are taking some risk today. And also, Dandles, this isn't even a 10-day SMA UNR. This broke below the 10. In fact, this broke below 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of price all today. And the 10 SMA is 261.57. So when you say a 10 SMA UNR, are you using a 10 EMA, which I guess is fine? I guess, yeah, I see the 10 EMA. Yeah, all right. I just don't see it. And also, it hasn't even triggered a 620 to the upside. So, like, you at the very least could wait for your 6-period EMA to cross back up above your 20 to buy it. It's like, you got to at least wait for that. It's like, otherwise you're just kind of guessing at a low. So just like wait for, 257 to hit and your 6 to cross back up above your 20 and then have $3 a stop on it. And you've got, 1.3% of risk on a 10% position. You're risking 0.15. I mean, that's much better. And then maybe make sure that the market's perking up and that Bitcoin's perking up a little bit. Otherwise, you're kind of just buying this into oblivion. This isn't a super low risk entry. You want to align yourself with momentum. There's no momentum yet. At least wait until, even if you end up paying $1.20 more, at least wait until it starts to curl back up. At least wait till you start to see Bitcoin curling back up. You're saying you get suckered into low risk. How is this low risk? You're just buying a thing that's coming down. Again, it could very well trigger and it could very well work, but I don't want you to get into the habit of doing stuff like that. Like, Bitcoin's still extended. The market's coming down. Bitcoin's coming down. MSTR's getting its, butt kicked. And, you're just kind of taking a stab in the dark on coin. Well, if this spot looks good, then the next spot lower is going to look even juicier. And then I don't want you to get into that habit, right? Where it's like you just took a 0.15 loss and then a 0.2 loss and then a 0.15 loss and then a 0.3 loss. And then all of a sudden, something you should have never even bought to begin with now just turns into you just lost 1% of your portfolio for no reason. OUST. Very nice. Oh, you got the trend line cross at 1090. Dang, Daniel. HSAI? What the hell was the headline? White House to send Doge cuts to Congress next week. What a fucking joke. With the big beautiful bill already in place. Goodness gracious, man. What a joke. Yeah, I sometimes do that, not often. And the reason that I don't is because when I take a buy, I want to have cushion on it. I want to know that I'm going to have cushion on it overnight. Right? And unless I'm expecting a gap up and continuation, then I normally don't. right? Like more times than not, I don't buy it at like 259. Like unless I'm going to buy it like right at the end of the day, like 259, and then my stop is low of day, like all right, that's fine. But normally, even on like my ads, like I want to make sure that I have some cushion. Now there's a nice base. Do you think you're done with team? Yeah, I mean it acts and looks like shit right now. Huge exiting volume. I mean, not much more to think about than that. I think like I said, the big key today is going to be Nvidia earnings, and there's really no getting around that. You know, a couple hours until we figure out what the hell's going on. Breath is pretty poor in the market as we speak. Do-do-do. Yeah, it's a good day to do nothing. It's a good day to do nothing. Almost feels like I'm gonna end up getting stopped out at Dash 2, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Tesla's still hanging in there pretty well. Snow flat from my entry. TMDX hanging in there awesome. Toast coming down to the 20 in the high volume close. No real complaints. Espresso time. Ah. No, I mean, they just, once you get like the pred, like once you get like the set known price, I know it feels like an arbitrage, but dude, they just go sideways for so long, and then God forbid you're in that thing trying to play that arb, and then the deal falls through, then you're fucked, dude. So just to put that lightly, you don't want to be in that trying to play it for like, oh, it's at it's being sold at 24, or they're being bought at 24 and it's at 23, so it's got to go to 24, and then all of a sudden it doesn't, and the deal falls through, and you're playing for $1 and you end up getting killed. And by the way, these charts just like, have you ever seen like what a buyout acquisition looks like on the chart? It's just like literally barcode sideways on the daily. It's it's just miserable. Yeah, they're just better to be left alone altogether. This coffee's so good. Woo. Or they make for great shorts if you've got insider information that the that the deal's not going to go through. That's that's another option. Man, TEM killed. I'm such a scrub. I took this dash. Probably shouldn't have. I mean, obviously, I'm red on it, so almost know I shouldn't have. Anyway. NNE getting its ass kicked at the lows of the day. SMR. Oklo starting to act a little bit heavier here. I'm actually thinking about shorting this SMR with stops at high. To be totally honest with you. I wouldn't say it's completely parabolic, but it's only up 103% from the 50. You had some short 3640. Yeah, I mean, should have set your stop at high a day. If you're cutting yourself out early on some of these, it's because your sizing's a little bit crazy. That's all. Just make sure you yeah, dude, just keep your position sizing to like 5 to 10% on these, and then you're good. That's normally like everybody's issue, dude. Position sizing. Don't try to put your money to work in multiple setups, not just in one. Then that way, if you do take a loss, it's no big deal. Yeah, Hims will just be good. Okta still getting its ass kicked. TEM still getting its ass kicked. Nvidia coming down a little bit, and my Tesla is Not got me feeling all that amazing. Uber still keeping my same stop on my ads as yesterday. Yesterday's lows, and that's just for my ads. So we'll see. And then if this starts to lose the 20 and really this low here, 86.70, I'll be out of the rest of my shares. I'm not going to be riding this thing all the way down to the 50. So if you do 10 to 15, 10 to 20, 15 to 20% on your longs, do 8 to 12% on your shorts. That's all. Do 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 do. Lonely, lonely time. Ooh, ooh. Your stop loss on Uber is 87.89. Yeah, I'm using my ads is yesterday's lows, and then the stop on the remainder of my position would be a break and a close below the 20, and really not just the 20, the low of 523, so 86.70, so way down here. So below 86.70. So we got some room. We got a couple bucks. But the market's acting a little bit funky right now. It's just waiting on these Nvidia earnings. Probably just goes, inside day, or really some of these names already broke yesterday's lows, but in Nvidia, kind of an inside day right now. It's technically above yesterday's highs at the moment. Yeah, SR, and here was the thing. A few days ago, last Thursday, it was already showing the weakness. The reality is that MSTR has kind of led the move higher for Bitcoin, and now probably going to lead the move lower for Bitcoin, would be my guess. I mean, technically, MSTR is rolling over again today, and Bitcoin is actually starting to follow a little bit. In fact, Bitcoin could be argued that it's still a double top. I don't know. All I know is that Bitcoin is effectively vertical off of the lows and, could use a much longer pause. What MSTR does when it gets to the 50-day is probably anybody's guess, but that's probably where it's headed. Mid 340s or something like that. You know who doesn't care about the market pullback? The name is Netflix. Let's go Netflix. And the one that looks like it's going to go lower, still, GRR. The 50 starting to catch up wonderfully to this thing. Been sitting patiently for this thing for almost 2 months now. Can you believe that? Dirk, I was about to ask the same thing. Who out here using the 13 EMA? This SFM, man, what a day. Sprouts Farmers Market, way cleaner of a setup now. Way cleaner. Mark Minervini wants VCP. Tell me SFM was on his ready to buy list in the room. Anybody? Minervini bought CPS. Oh, alright. Makes sense. Only trades $13 million. Yeah, I mean, logical. And then right here, he put out the buy alert. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. He put it out right here when this thing made that huge move. Oh my god, what a fucking bum that dude. Jesus. What is this, dude? Amateur hour. $13 million trading. Oh my god. And he's going to brag about this too. You know what? This is probably a good one to watch for a short tomorrow. God. So he'll mention CPS, but he won't mention SFM trading almost $300 million on the day. I got it. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. I could probably knock CPS down by myself, dude. Oh, man. No, I don't trade illiquid names. But the point stands. I'm not going to go trying to knock down some Minervini pump. I'd get my ass kicked. Yeah, be in this room. Be in his room and be like, tomorrow, I'm coming after this thing. Snow perking up just a little bit. Do I have any insights about limiting beliefs about money? I find that a big hurdle for me. Tesla trader, what exactly do you mean by that in terms of limiting, like how much we can actually acquire, or what? What do you think? What are you asking exactly? I can unmute you if you got a mic and you want to talk about it. Sounds like a cool topic. No mic. All right, that's cool. You find that when you start making more money than you're used to, you start to self sabotage. Not sure if others experience. I hmm, I don't know how much I believe that to be true, other than you start making money when everybody else starts making money and the market's easy, and you start losing money when things get a little bit difficult because you don't have a plan, rules, setups, discipline. You're lacking a few things. And again, that's why you're here, and I'm going to help you through that. But I don't know if it's self sabotage, man. I don't know if that's what it is. Like, I don't understand exactly how you would self sabotage, right? Like, I look at things very black and white. It's either a setup or it's not. I can either limit risk or I can't. I'm using my situational awareness or you're not. Like, it's everything's all very, very black and white for me. I know my stop level or I don't, right? I'm buying at this level or I'm waiting, right? Like, it's all very black and white. And you'll notice, I think, that after some time of just doing things in a way that works and is conducive to making money, then it all kind of falls into place. And I don't know, like, dude, there's going to come a time when you figure out this career and you start to do it well where you're making way more money than you can ever spend in the real world. That's the reality. You're going to be making tons of money that you cannot spend. So, I think just kind of remain humble, remain the same kind of person, stick to what you know works, don't deviate. I mean, but I don't have any like limiting beliefs, dude. I mean, I'm a believer that if I do my career well, by the time I turn 50, I should roughly be close to a billionaire, would be my thought. So like, yeah, don't stick a limiting belief on it. It's all about doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over till it's boring. It's pretty much just boring. I sit here because I love it and I get the chance to talk with you guys and to teach and to do something else I enjoy, because I don't have like a child or anything right now, and I just got two dogs, and I'm in a big house, and my fiance still works, but like, I just get to sit here and teach and hang out and watch the markets, which is what I really, really love doing. Um, and I don't have like some other hobby, right? Pickleball's only so much fun unless I had to play it 5 days a week. Same with golf. So it's like, there's nothing really I enjoy doing more 5 days a week than watching the markets and putting the pieces to the puzzle, ever changing puzzle together. Yeah, that's also another thing too. It's like you're a major system hopper. Yeah, that's a problem. It's like because you've never really just gained traction doing this one thing, right? Like being a swing trader, doing it well, doing it all the time, and then like gaining traction doing it, right? If you did, then you wouldn't be so much of a system hopper because you like have something that works, right? And this is like what happened in like when I was day trading in 21 and 20. Then all of a sudden at the ends of 21 it stopped working, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to become a swing trader. And then I of course started swing trading into a bear market, And then I was like, all right, I'm going to learn some shorting, which thankfully I did. And then I was still learning swing trading, and then I've just stuck with it ever since because that's kind of what I wanted to do. It's like what was my pivot, um, but then just sticking with it, right? And understanding that like every strategy has a moment under the sun, and like really understanding that. And then like as the years go by, you're like adding, setups and tools to the tool belt so you can kind of survive in any environment. Yeah, Daniel, dude, it was crazy because I traded in such a hot environment that I literally went from 30K to 100K with no real knowledge in 6 months, right? Literally with no real market knowledge at all in 6 months. So, and then I went from 100K to 3.5 million in another 6.5 months, 7 months, and then I got kicked off my broker, right? So it was like I was kind of a unique situation. But I also remember like I had a pretty tough background before I even started trading. So like I had nothing to lose, man. I was pretty fearless in the market. So yeah, Theo, trading sympathy plays, man. I was scalping the shit out of sympathy plays in a super hot market, which you can't even do nowadays. But it's like how Oklow's running. Well, then I would just start hammering NNE and SMR, right? And how like IONQ's running or QBTS, I would be then hammering Rigetti and QUBT, right? So it's like you're trading one off of the other, and that's how I was trading. So just sympathy plays, like how GME was going for the last few days. Well, I would have been the person catching the 20% or 15% move in AMC yesterday with like my whole $300,000 account stuffed in there. And I just did that every single day. And you were in a super hot market, so it's like you always had like a lead runner and then something that followed. I don't care if it was an oil name or if it was an NFT name or if it was a meme stock or if it was a semiconductor. Like anybody who traded like back in 20 and 21, like you guys should remember like Mosey and LEDS, like LEDS and Mosey and WISA, they moved together, and then TCAT and DLPN moved together, and then like when GME and AMC were moving, you also had like COS, EXPR, NACD, right? So I was the guy making some of those other ones move. Yeah, I was just trading the hot theme. Yeah, from one day to the next to the next to the next to the next, and just getting super super like ridiculously aggressive trading those, and you know definitely not the right way to do things. Not a non-scalable way of trading. I sized my trades back then with no regard for risk. You have to remember, man, I had just gotten out of prison, you know? So, I was like less than a year out of prison. I was already a millionaire. I didn't know how to act, man. I went from, sleeping on a metal prison bed to multi-millionaire. So I didn't know how to act, dude. I had no regards for risk. And I just thought I was going to continue to print money every single day. That's right. Yeah, I had no regard for risk, man, at all. It looks like IONQ wants to go higher, man. There is $55 calls on this thing. Who's out here playing $55 calls on that name? Yeah, of course, man. Happy I could share. It's a pretty wild story. and then now just 5 years and 1 month later, I'm in consideration to be in the Market Wizards book. So believe me when I tell you, man, it's super super humbling. NNE. Yeah, so it's one of the most humbling things in the world. Considering Lance is a good friend of mine and he's going to be in the book. Christian Koulamagi is one of my swing trading inspirations. He's going to be in the book, and arguably one of the best traders that any of us know with the short bear is in the book. And just to even be considered is pretty damn humbling. But, my 5 year results kind of speak for themselves. I've probably done something that not too many humans have in that short of time. The only thing I'm missing is another 5 years on my career, and, you could almost write a book on it. It's kind of crazy. But again, dude, it's like, to me, it really doesn't matter. I'm just doing the exact same thing over and over that I understand now. How I first started is not, you can't duplicate that because the environment's not the same. So when people are like, Ariel, could I turn 100,000 into 3 million? The answer is very unlikely, right? Unless you gamble. And if you have another big net worth where you don't care if you lose it, right? Like, if you don't care if you lost that 100,000 or that 800,000 or that $1,000,000 at that point, I was just gambling one day after the next after the next. My thing is I did a really good job of staying green almost, every single day, and just kind of scaling up as I went. But with no real knowledge of like groups and, oh, now it's this group. Now I just like would look at my gap scanner, this is trading huge volume, and then when something went nuts, I would go looking for the sympathy play. Yeah, maybe a little bit better at this point. Yeah, a little bit more. Nice bounce back there for Nvidia. The fact that it's green and we are midway through the day going into earnings is pretty exciting stuff. Bitcoin's still acting fairly heavy. It's not even moving. Oh, well, in 23 and in 24, I got triple digits, man. So in a really good environment, you could do triple digits. You could be able to do 100%. I mean, we have a student in here, Geo. I'm sure everybody's familiar with a little Frenchy bulldog. I mean, in a really nice 5 week period, considering even probably his drawdown off of highs, he's probably up about 35 to 40% in the last 6 weeks. You only need 2 periods like that all year long to be up 100% on your portfolio. Yeah, beautiful. 85% on the year. Yeah, it's totally doable. I mean, I know guys right now who I talk to, like Clement he's participating in the USIC, and he's at 100% already this year. It gets a little bit harder to do as your portfolio gets bigger, right? It's like, making 100%. It's like you're not really going to be up 100% at this point. I mean, I know some people who have done it. You just got to get aggressive, but like being up 100% on my portfolio this year would be kind of insanity. But it can be done. Yeah, Clement's a very, very nice guy. I'd like to get him in here, but I think he's over with in Leaf's room. But if I can get him in this room, I'm gonna try to get Clement in here. So I've got a big admiration for all the guys who participate in the United States Investing Championship. Clement, Mario's, Jeff's son. So, but I'm gonna ask Clement if he wants to be in here. Would love to have him in here. Oh hell yeah! You participate in the USIC? Yeah, I've got a big admiration for those people. It takes a special, you know, want to compete to do that stuff. Honestly, it's not easy to put yourself out there and do that. SMR. Um, you know, I don't know if that's a good way because like Connor and Ted didn't do that. The best way you do it is you send a bunch of emails and you take your series 67 or 65 or whatever, whichever one, and then you take that test, you pass, and then you just start with a firm. That's it. That's the best way to do it. And obviously, if you've got some track record that you can prove, even better. Yeah, Geo. Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Right, being aggressive in the right moments is very, very good. Being aggressive in the wrong moments will take away a lot of the performance that you just had in a short period of time, which is the exact opposite of what you want to do. You want to keep what you just made. That's right. Know when to walk away and know when to run. Yeah, Konstantin, that's awesome that you participated, man. Yeah, I think that that's awesome, Zen. Yeah, when you get there, and you start, and then you actually start, I think you'll be able to, man. Just stay consistent. Stay consistent. Know that you love it, and somebody will give you a job, right? Even if they just start you out managing off a little bit less money, kind of like training wheels, and that's okay. Who cares? Training wheels are fine. Chris, how much do I talk to my fiance wife about trading? I probably annoy her every day of her life about talking about the markets, dude. Man, this SFM, hell of a day. Chart looks fantastic too. Big base. But yeah, I talk to her all the time. I talk to her all the time. But you know what? If I have like a red day or a red week or a red, I don't have red months typically. I mean, maybe. I haven't had a down period. I haven't had like a 10% drawdown from highs in forever. It seems like. Um, but I don't get bothered by that, man, because I know what I do works over the long term. So it doesn't really bother me. Like I said, I've kind of traded so, for like the last 2 weeks even, and from doing things like adding MSTR and taking a few paper cuts, from adding to crowd and then cutting that for a little loss, the ad, and then getting out of the remainder of my winning position, doing things like shorting CoreWeave once early, but then shorting Rigetti a couple times, right? It's like, but on the flip side of that, one CoreWeave short got that all back, and then on the flip side of that too, one super beautiful Tesla long makes up for all of my sins times 10. So, all it really takes is like one really awesome trade. And like I said, if I close my Tesla here, it's still the best trade of my year. So it just takes one. Yeah, Ramzak, if you go to the resources channel and then you clicked on pin messages, Flash records all of these streams and then he posts them to a private YouTube. I'm recording this stream on OBS. I'm going to upload it to my personal YouTube as well. It won't be private, but anything that happens after the fact isn't super helpful for anybody, unless, of course, they just kind of want to see what the hell went on the day. But yeah, these are recorded effectively every single day. So. And yes, I'll post this on my YouTube as well. Um, so anybody who wants to catch up on what they may have missed, it'll be there. GEV. Man, GEV, what a effing monster. Every single day. Up, 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 up. Unbelievable. I did. I didn't trade Nvidia. I traded SMCI and MSTR. In fact, I actually learned a little bit from both. So I'll tell you guys my experience right now. Man, this TSMX so awesome. It's just with Nvidia earnings. What to do? What to do? I almost want to take this as a long too, man. As soon as this thing takes out yesterday's highs. But SMCI was interesting. I tried shorting it probably about 5 times on the way up. I finally got myself into a really good position. I had a massive size, dude. I had like 14,000 shares one time at like 1,076, and I was up like 2.8 million on it, and then I gave back half of my gains like on a pop. Which sucked. And then I had another trade where I was up again like 3 million on it, and I closed that one as well for like 1.5 million. So I was super aggressive on SMCI Parabolic, and had I held that short with that size, it would have been an 8-figure short, which would have been by far my my biggest trade ever. And then on MSTR in November, I literally didn't touch it not one time on the way up. I just waited for it to actually go parabolic. And then in pre-market, I saw Michael Saylor post the picture, we're going to need a bigger rocket. And as soon as this thing gave me a 620 setup on the 5-minute, I shorted it, and I caught a 7-figure winner in the same day. 100-point move, a little over 100-point move, like, 130-point move. And then I just closed it all same day. So it's a nice 7-fig day trade, basically. So haven't had one of those since that one. AVGO. I mean, these semis act so good. A-Lab. TSM. Yeah, I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know how realistic that is just because of the size of my account right now. But you know, if I got a 50% year and then I just started to do like 50 to 40 to 30% every single year for like the rest of my life, I would be I'll still get to a billion before I'm done trading. So that's kind of the way I feel about it, and you know, the math don't lie. So I just got to be consistent, right? And again, there will be years where I can do better, right? It's just gonna take the right market. But like now, guys, you guys got to understand, like I don't really trade to grow my account anymore, right? Because I don't need to double, triple, quadruple my account in a year. Like I just need to keep what I've made and do things safely. And again, with very very minimal stress, right? You can have a 50, 60, 70, 100, 200% year in the market doing what I'm doing. But again, it's a little bit easier to do with a smaller account. It's a little bit more difficult to do with my account, but like I could still hit, you know, 100% year. It will just take them a really good market is what it is. Yeah, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. That's exactly right. Well, you know, 10% year for me might be like a triple for, you know, some people's accounts in here. So, you know, 10% year for me is you know, almost 2 million bucks. So, you know, put that in perspective, guys. It's like I am trading with a bigger account now, so it's like, you know, maneuvering is not nearly as easy sometimes. I mean, some people find it easier. I mean, some people love it. You know, allows them to get more positions, you know, allows them to pack on more size when they're right. I mean, you know, the short bear thrives with his big account. You know, you know, am still very risk averse, right? I think risk first all the time, you know, because I don't really need to get rich again. I just need to keep what I've made and continue to make, you know, 30, 40, 50, 60% a year. But that's not to say that you can, Geo, you saw it for yourself. When the market's pulling you in and you're getting a bunch of setups, how well can you perform? Right? But you're sizing in for your account. Like sometimes me putting on that 10% position is not nearly as easy. No, I don't trade under an S corp or anything like that. Man, Carvana. Holy Carvana. Broke out of that little flag. Pooh wee. Carvana has no idea the market's going. It's not really going lower today. The market's actually hanging in there perfect. Yeah, the short bear is an alien. Yeah, that's putting it lightly. He's very special mind, man. He's super smart. But I've also seen him, you know, do things that are kind of weird, right? I saw him one time reshort Palantir and then he had to get out. I one time saw him get negative on the market and then short it, and then the market started going higher. Then he started to think to himself, you know, now he's super long, and then the market started going lower, and then, you know, it's like I've seen him, you know, but the thing that he can do really well is he manages risk really well. So, you know, he doesn't argue with price. So unless of course he's buying United Healthcare, but you know, otherwise I haven't really seen him argue with price too much. He likes to do the whole, you know, valuation. This is the valuation on something, and this is, you know, the multiple it's trading at, and it's the lowest multiple ever, and you know, all right, that's fine. But you know, he's still amazing. There's a reason he is going to be in the Market Wizards book. You know, again, his returns speak for themselves. All right, so Tesla's still staying a little bit heavy. You know, I'm sure you guys are noticing the same thing. Market's bouncing just a little bit, and Tesla's not moving at all. So, being thoughtful of that, because if the market begins to roll over, it feels like, you know, Tesla's gonna start to maybe break a little lower here, but who knows? Shopify starting to look really good too. Snowflake hanging in there. All right, Snowflake. Oh yeah, dude, I traded the fastest stocks in the market, man. I would be trading the Cosses of the world, right, with like a 20 ADR. But I was scalping too, so right, speed was the objective. There was a lot of times like, guys, I would right, I would want like 30, 40,000 shares of cost, for instance, and it was like a $30 stock, and I was just buying like 2,000, 2,000, and like on a dip against a prior level of resistance, because I knew that that's where shorts were stuck, and then that's where they would be covering. So I would just be buying market, and I would be getting that midpoint fill from Thinkorswim, and then as it would begin to pop, I would just start to literally mark it out and take advantage of the midpoint liquidity they were offering. And when you have 40,000 shares and you're catching like 50-cent moves or $1 moves on costs, and you're making like 80 cents, sometimes in 3-4 minutes, sometimes less, right? It's like you're making 20, 30, 40,000 bucks like in minutes. I'd have to show you guys some of my prints so you guys would be like, how the hell did you make 30, 40 grand in that? Right? And that's just what it was back in the day. Like, let me see if I could like find an old school like DLPN, and you guys would be like, wait a second, what? You made $45,000 trading like that? And it's like, yeah. Oh man, here we go. All right, hold on. This was 2021. This was me back in the day, guys. Okay? Let me blow your guys' mind for just a second. And then you could compare that to how you've seen my trades now. You guys ready for this? You're just gonna be like, what the fuck is this? Alright, first, let me show you guys all my buys and sells. Ed can relate. Ed's about the only person in this room who can relate to that. And then you guys need to realize that I traded on this 1.65 million shares and made 45K. Masterpiece. And I did 45K on that. All right. So I was moving the thing around, guys. All right. I wasn't kidding about that. I love that. Ed's like, yep, I know how this works. All right, and that's just like one day on DLPN, right? I've got days of doing shit like that, guys. Days. Like here's another example. Let me see if I could pull up like costs. All right, like here's just like a series of days on costs, all right? This is like the 26th, May, June. All right, so this is like during the AMC days when shit was going crazy. And look at what I'm selling like my average shares for, okay? Hold on. And Ed, I'll even show you like how many orders were placed on these two. Like this is just during a hot period. All right, guys. Now I've got like four. I like clicked the button like 4 times. You guys would wonder, you know, how many times I could click open any one of these, and you guys would say, "What the hell?" Like I'm selling my shares for like an average gain of like 0.76%, and I made 95K. Right, and I traded almost a million shares, 1,400 orders on this name alone one time. I just want to know what that day looks like. Yeah. Oh, Ed. All right. This is how I made 95K that day. All right. Let me just blow your guys' mind. Okay. No, I wasn't gonna blow up, man. I was taking peanut for losses when I was wrong. No, the amount of risk wasn't foolish because I was getting out with super, super small losses relative to how much I was making every time I clicked the button. Ed knows what I'm talking about too. It's like I was getting out with like very, very small, manageable losses every single time. And I was getting that money back almost instantaneously. But again, you can't do that. It's so hard to do nowadays because we're just not in that market. Carvana. Holy shit, man. I knew that little bull flag was good. Just a touch extended. Your plug chart today. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So Ed knows exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, Turtle, you funny, man. You're funny, dude. He comes in here out of left field. I thought you were over here trying to swing trade. Both. I love it. No, I mean, look, guys, there's different ways to slice the cake. I changed the way I do things, because it's just what resonated most with me, right? It became the most scalable. Like, cool, the money's fine, it's fun, it works, but at the end of the day, I want to make more. Like, I want to make more per trade. I want to take less trades. I want to understand where money's going, where money's leaving. Different strokes for different folks. That's all. Some people don't like watching money, come back on them, or it just is what it is. Is there a method? Well, I'm sure Ed, like I would tell you, is watching a little bit of level two. He's buying dips, sometimes against previous levels of resistance. He's watching the tape speed up into an area. He's punching in really quickly. As soon as the tape goes in his favor, he's taking the money off the table. He's doing that every day with just a little bit more size. So he's like just racking up a bunch of, $300 and $500 wins, and 200 and 300 and 500 and 800 and 200 and 100 and 100, and he just keeps racking them up, and he ends up with a really nice, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 day every day. Trust me, I know how he trades because I used to do the exact same thing. It just stops being scalable, right? And it's like, okay, fine. He makes 5K 5 days a week. He doesn't ever really lose. But there's going to come a time when he's staring at 3 million in a portfolio and he can't put it all to work, and it's just like he doesn't want to go to work anymore to make 5 grand, right? The ambition is not there anymore to just do that back-breaking labor of clicking the fucking button all day long to make a peanut 5K or 8K or 7K or 10K, right? So it's like, now if I got $2 million, how do I get $2 million into the market plus leverage, and now you got 3 million bucks working for you, and make 40% in 2 months? Right? How do I do that? Where, now I just made, $1 million+ in 2 months. Right? It's a whole different beast. But, when you've got a personality that just says, hey, I like my money and I want to make a little bit of money every single day, and you scalp and you scalp and you scalp and you take your little bits of money off the table every single time when you have them. Like I used to have a phrase back in the day: buy red, sell green, or like buy red, see green. So like I would literally buy it as the tape would speed up. Like, I would see the tape speed up going down. I would buy it as soon as the tape would jam, and then I'd punch myself in at the bottom, even with a market order, because I used to get a midpoint fill. The tape would pop right back up. I'd have like 8,000 shares, and you'd get like a, 4 or 5 cent move, and all of a sudden you're up $400 or $500, and you just take it off the table. Done. Now, can I do this 10 more times on the day? It's like, yeah, you can, but again, you're not worried about the market around you. It's not scalable. That's the biggest key for me. It's not scalable. Like, it's fine for Ed. It pays the bills. It takes care of the family, but you don't become a billionaire from it. You don't even become 100 millionaire from it. Yeah, I mean, I could do 10 times. I could do 10x my portfolio in a decade, in 5 more years. It's market dependent. The thing is I do like to short too. So I'm comfortable playing both sides of the market. When the market's going down, I have no problem shorting things too. Doesn't bother me one bit. Yeah, well, still working on 10 millionaires, what, people make in several lifetimes. So still lots to be proud of, man. But again, I know you don't want to do it for forever. Nobody really does. It's a lot of hard work. Twilio looks really good too, man. Nah, you'll make more. You'll make more, man. You really will. Just got to have faith that you that there's a plan, because there is a plan. Man, Twilio looks good too, man. Twilio looks good. Well, that's all right, dude. It's better late than never, honestly. And besides, I just started this room like less than 2 months ago, so like roughly 2 months ago, I think. TMDX. Keep it going, buddy. Snowflake. Nah, you didn't miss too much, dude. You joined right at the right time. You're in the inception of the room, and the party just got started. Tons of upper wicks on this 60-minute chart on Rigetti. Yeah, and here's the thing, Joe. Doesn't matter if it's a bull or a bear. Doesn't matter. It'll make no difference to us at all. We could still make money when things are going down. We just need a trend, is all. Yeah, so during February and March, I was short 7 stocks. I wasn't even long any. I was literally long no stocks. When I started this room, I kind of joked like I'm starting this room at the worst effing time. I was like, everybody's like long bias, like who the hell's gonna be in the room when the markets aren't going up? And I was short SMCI, I was short Rigetti, I was short NOW, I was short um, MU, I was short AVGO, I was short GRRR, I was short one more. Can I think of it? Can I ESTC? Those were the 7 I was short, and I could actually go over when and how I shorted those. So ESTC was a gap up on earnings that hit resistance, and I had a 119 short effectively in this level right up here. So if we look at a 4 hour, hopefully this gets us far back enough. 6 months, it should. So I had this short right in here on earnings. This thing started to fail. I had a 119 short literally right up here, risking 120. It just felt like too much of a gap up off the lows. And then, the very next day completely failed, was in the driver's seat. The next one was AVGO. I had as a little bear flag breakdown right over here. Was a really nice bear flag breakdown. 189 was the short that I had on AVGO right in here as it was starting to roll over. What else did I have? MU was an earnings loser where it gaps down on earnings, and I was short $98 right here effectively as it was rolling over. Should have shorted some a little bit in after hours the day before, but hindsight's 2020. What else did I had? I had Rigetti as it was breaking down in here and losing the 50. What else did I have? I had what did I say? ESTC, MU, AVGO. NOW. This was also an earnings gap down, little bear flag, right? So I shorted this right in here, or very next day, 988, 98, and then I was just using the declining 10 as my stop, right? Never stopped me out, just rolled over. I showed my prints on this one actually in the room. My last stop didn't come until this earnings gap up, so which is a good thing that I obviously stopped out because now it's above where I shorted. I had SMCI at 55 when it broke back through the 200 and lost prior day low. So right here, 224 if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 224. And then even like this moved down, and then I had a gap up, and I was like, what the hell? But then it just started fading off right at the open. So I was effectively right back into the green right away. And then GRRR, which I still have today, has yet to stop me out. Shorted this thing as it broke through the 50 in April, and it's still just building a new range, and I'm just waiting for this damn thing to go lower. So, but who knows? So yeah, those were kind of the shorts that I had and how I played them. Very simple setups, and like I said, just working my way one position into the next, as things are working for me on the short side, just getting some more, right? As I would gain some traction, get some more. Gain some traction, get some more. I don't understand. With these bots on X, it's so ridiculous. Your analysis always brings new perspectives to me. I appreciate it so much. And then they're tagging some other person in my fucking thing. What the hell is this? Elon, take care of this, man. Take care of it, bro. Box, what a move. You're not boxing this one in. Boom.
Wait, that's something that I
Angel, these bots are ridiculous. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of fucking hand. Every comment. I mean, I like say something and then I'm like, hell yeah, 26 comments. And then I look like 18 of them are bots, like in 5 minutes. I, I realize I am not as cool as I thought. It's fucking bots. Yeah, but then the problem, you know what it is then the problem becomes nobody. Like there are a lot of people who mean well who don't want to pay for verified, and can't afford it maybe, but still want to be on the platform. And I don't think that it's fair, that they have to pay for it. Otherwise, like some people who can't afford it will never communicate with them, right? Like and I still have like I got a soft spot. Not everybody can afford, to pay for verified. See, Anki, that's what I'm talking about. So you understand. It's like you don't want to pay for verified, but you still mean well and you still want to communicate. And like, how is that fair? That like you're like left out. You're like, no, now he's just only taking replies from verified followers. Like that sucks. Yeah, it's like I don't want it to feel like that. But it's the same way. It's the same way that I didn't want this room to be either. It's the same way. Like I didn't want to, have this be such an expensive room that like people couldn't be here to learn. Like that's crap too. You know what I'm saying? I understand making it more expensive maybe keep some of the noise out of the room, like the amount of people that could be here. But at the same time, like why does there have to be some expensive barrier to entry? Yeah, aerial private access, yeah. No, it's like, I don't want it to, like even I'm not paying for Minervini, right? I'm not paying no, $500 a month. It's just not happening. Or $1,000 a month. Just no way. And that's the thing. It's like, that's what it becomes. Nice little scooch up there on ARM, AVGO. Man, Carvana, dude. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, Lance is a friend of mine, and so yeah, I paid for the elite, so it was like $3,500, but it was worth every penny. Cause not to mention, like I said, he's a friend of mine, so very very happy to support his project. And there's a lot that I can learn from a Lance too. I don't know it all. Yeah, I believe he's worth it. Twilio, not bad. Oh, DRC is his daily report card for Lance. So they're daily report cards. And yes, I do like it, honestly. If you don't have time to go through it, then maybe you should start with a lower tier, right? Even I am having a hard time going through all the content because I'm busy with the room. I've got my fiance. I've got the dogs. I got to go to the gym every now and again. It's like I find myself to be pretty busy. With just market stuff in general. That like finding more time on the weekends. When I sometimes just want to relax. Like that's when I have to do it. I have to sacrifice a little bit of my quote unquote relaxation time to sit back and just watch and absorb all that lands. But it's worth it. But unless you're going to commit, a, you know, 8 hours a week or more to it, then it might just not be worth it for some people. But yes, there's tons in the free. Tons in the free. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Brad. Yeah, I love Lance, but Lance, he's got such a large following. It's difficult for a Lance to, communicate with everybody. I mean, truly, very difficult. Thank you, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I just want people to learn, and I want to teach them the best way I know how. So we are looking at a potential HIMS 20 SMA UNR. The 620 has triggered. This could be a scenario where maybe we take a small little stab, like 5%, and then if we get the higher low setup on HIMS as well, then we go ahead and add to it later. So I don't think that that's such a bad look. Obviously, just something smaller. And I passed on Twilio. Can't catch them all. And then similar story with Coin. I'm just going to avoid it for now. Yeah. Tesla was a more than 10% position for me right off the bat. And I also express it by holding onto my shares even longer. Right? I didn't like my typical thing to do is I'll buy the breakout, I'll hold for 3 to 5 days, I'll trim a third to a half into that strength. But with Tesla, I haven't trimmed at all. Right? Today might be my first trim on it. So, yeah, that's sometimes how I'll do it. Right? And there are other times like for instance on like a setup like this HIMS, like I don't have massive conviction on it, but I would build myself up into it. So you're talking like a small position here, and then you'll add to it down the road. Only if it's working. Yeah, I saw that volume spike on ARM. I'm also liking the way AVGO is looking, and I like the way TSM is looking. So here's ARM, here's AVGO, and here is TSM. Excuse me. So size smaller, right? Size much smaller. That's all you can do. So J2, all you can do is add to a position down the road. It's not hard to get, 60, 70, 80, 100% of your money to work for you in the market, but just size smaller. Right? And like I still view HIMS as a potential higher low setup, But the first setup that we might be getting here is a 20 SMA UNR. And if I'm wrong, it's like I'm okay losing $1.50, but I want it to be on super small size if I'm going to take it. I still have not taken it, but just have it be like a 5% position and then add to it if it gives you that higher low setup down the road. But your stop, today becomes low of day, and then obviously market dependent. Nvidia has, good reaction, then this thing likely continues higher. If it doesn't, then we likely get stopped out and it could very well go lower. Undercut and rally. So you undercut the 20 simple moving average and then you rally back through. Okay. Uber's still acting a touch heavy today. Yeah, Gil is very, very, very bright. Very bright. So I spent some time in the Owl Trader in his room. Um, so I've got massive respect for him. He's just an asshole. And then one time he was talking about Apple, and then I said something about, no, this looks more like a valid follow through day. And then he blocked me. And I still stayed in his room for a few more months after that. And he would still communicate with me in his room, but not on X because he had blocked me. Yeah. So technically, I'm buying hymns within the range right now, right? Look at price action over the last 4 days. So look at the high of 522, and then look at the low, and I'm over here buying it in the middle of the last 4 days of price. So I am buying it in the range. This is exactly what that is. Yeah, no, they Minervini and Morales, they don't want to be told nothing, and that's fine. I mean, I don't give a shit. To be totally honest with you, I'm not here to argue with them. They could block all they want. I don't think I've ever blocked anybody, not even that banana. Is AVGO trim valid today? I wouldn't be trimming AVGO, man. I'm looking to potentially buy this thing. Any that I really like right now? My own room. No, I'm not in any of them. Are there any rooms that I currently like? If I mean, No, besides this room, I don't have any use for. I don't really have any. I like chart pattern profit with Dan Zanger, but Dan almost never showed up, so you're basically just dealing with Randy Opper. And then Pat Walker was awesome, but you were, it was Pat, and you like learned what you needed to learn, and then you move on. Minervini was fine, but again, once I realized what he was up to with the low liquidity names, I definitely needed to leave. Um, so I'm in Investors Underground now. I'm a moderator there. I love IU, but again, just different style, right? So I am currently in Investors Underground, and I am a moderator there. So some of you guys know me from that room. Some of you guys don't, but Nate's super amazing. I actually learned a bunch of my shorting from him and Gil Morales. Nate more so small cap shorting. But again, that's a different community, right? Right. From it's mostly momentum trading. Small caps. They do momentum trade. Some mid caps, but it's a lot of scalping. Things that I just don't find myself doing. So when I talk about setups and charts in there, it's always day trading or swing trading related. Yeah, it's more day trading momentum, short and long, but mostly short, I would say. But there's definitely some longing that goes on in there. Yeah, Kevin. Yeah, Kevin was also really good. Yeah, he used to work with Gil, but if I'm not mistaken, he passed away a few years ago. So ARM. Okay, ARM. Was there news? Did anybody see their news on ARM? Just looks like a breakout. Yeah, I guess so. No, I didn't see anything either. I do see it moving though. Super nice bounce for CLS right off that 10. No complaints. Which is almost wild that you day traded an earnings gap up. Brad, tell me you leave some runners on. Something. Please. Oh, you can't on that account. All right, that's fair. I wanna rock you. Man, Nvidia looks damn good too. Super nice consolidation. Meta hanging in there really well. Check back in right to the breakout level. ARM. Yeah, AVGO is another one of these, man. I almost just want to scoop a small piece of AVGO, but I'm just going to wait. Nvidia earnings are good. AVGO and TSM should be perfect tomorrow. On small little gap ups. No big deal. Yeah, TSM. Yep, TSM looks good. Right, again, they're just a hair extended from the 50, but nothing really, I think, to concern ourselves with. Not if Nvidia is going higher. Let's just take a peek here. How far is, I would say, within 5.5 ATR. Yeah, so that's pretty good. An inside day tomorrow or a little down day for Nvidia tomorrow would be amazing. Would just tighten these things up even more, but if they go from here, they got a little bit. They could stretch a little. AVGO is the other one, and then obviously you see TSM already starting to go early. So you're getting or TSM ARM starting to go early. So you're kind of getting some of that conviction that, hey, you know what? These semiconductors, even before Nvidia earnings, they might be acting right. They might be acting pretty well. So front running the report. Twilio, tell me somebody got that. It was acting really, really nice. 117 and a half was roughly the spot on it. Good. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. I just didn't take it because, I had already taken a couple longs in the last few days. I need to see some traction before I just keep plowing into these things one by one. But looks great. Just to stop at low of day is all you need. That's like a nothing burger kind of a loss if you're wrong. I mean, you got even if you had like a 118, I mean, your risk is like literally, 1.5% to low of day. I mean, nothing. So. And now Nvidia's starting to push out quite a bit too. Green before its own report. All right. We see you, Mr. Nvidia. I already took it, brother. I posted in the room and I talked about it here. I have a 5280 on 16,000 shares. And I'm looking for more above 56.55. And my stop currently is low of day. Technically 52.88, but close enough. My Uber at the lows of the day. What's going on here, Uber? How am I able to stay so humble? Because I just do the same thing over and over, man. I'm like a regular person, just like everybody else in this room. I'm no different than anybody, dude. I got dogs, I got a house, got food on the table, roof over my head. I'm like a lot of you guys. My fiance got me this little M&M's dispenser with our faces on it. Smashing some of those. Rivian. Nice. It's still got to take out this kill candle. So $16. Still needs to get above $16. And then, maybe it could be a higher low setup. Ideally, even a few more days of sideways would be good. On Rivian. Honestly, a few more days. I mean, Dave is unbelievable. This is just so nutty. Up 60 points? Holy sh... Of 40% in like less than 3 weeks. That's the power of those things, man. What about Sezzle? Up 50% in the exact same time. Holy shit. I love it. There's great setups, man. GEV's another absolute powerhouse. This one's starting to have that blow-offy kind of a move, though. Right? A little gap up, one more day up like this, and I would probably short this thing back down a little bit. All right, Hims. Let's go, Hims. Yeah, you, me, and everybody else have no clue what Hims does. Or Dave. Yeah, I have no idea what Dave does. I didn't even look into it. Isn't it like in the banking? Don't they do some kind of unreal banking or something? Like some banking we've never heard of? So it's like NU for Americans or what? Because NU is like mobile banking too. AI lending. It seems to have worked for Upstart too. Man, TMDX, what a monster. Bring it back to life, baby. Bring it back to life. Quantum banking? Oh no. Oh no. A quantum crypto bank. Oh my god, I just found the newest and greatest IPO idea ever.
In regards to Doge cuts at the Pentagon. See a little downtick in LDOS and BAH.
The important work of Doge continues at the Pentagon. LDOS and BAH downtick. Cuts at the Pentagon. Wouldn't that also affect Palantir? I think it would. All self-driving drones, of course, or self-flying. Unless drones can drive now. Self-flying. Microsoft a little bit heavy after the open, and it needs definitely a pullback for sure. We'll see how we close too. It's not how you open, it's how you close. GEV is going vertical. Holy sh. $55 calls on IONQ. Who would be doing such a thing? Yeah, well, Costco's unique. I think Walmart a little bit more so. Walmart is a little bit more telling because Costco makes money off the memberships. Interesting to see Joby hanging out there really well. Archer not nearly as much. How's Rocket Lab looking? Rocket Lab hanging in there. Tesla, my Bessie. Come on. How am I thinking about Dash? I mean, Dash is actually just fine. I always prefer flat pivots, and this one kind of had wedging price action. So, it's market dependent. I still think that over 210 bucks, this thing is pretty good. So, even if it were to stop me out today, I would still be comfortable rebuying the thing. But again, it was a small 5% position today, and if it wants to stop me out, I won't be too angry, and we'll see what ends up happening with it a little bit later. Back over 210 bucks, which is kind of the spot where it rejected again today. So over 210 good, below 210, it'll be kind of a leave it alone for now. It's kind of giving us the level to work with. But again, there's not a ton of overhead supply, meaning, this stock is so close to an all-time high, right? There's no bag holders in this thing. Like literally, this thing squirts up 5% and you're at all-time highs. So, but low of day will be my stop. So effectively opening print. Got about $2 more of cushion to work with on this thing, and we'll see what it ends up doing. Twilio, nice. Dash, I don't think it was over 250 bucks. Unless that was like super recent IPO kind of deal, but let me see. No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, I guess so. We have to go way back. 2021. Yeah, for sure. Man, this thing was super nice at 131. Where was I for this thing? Sleeping, apparently. They're killing it on just the app. Man, they are still hitting PDD. Oof. Man. It's looking kind of rough. Yeah, anybody who owned it from 2021, they didn't hold that move down. Very unlikely. Yeah, the earnings and sales for Dash are ridiculous. Super, super nice growth. Let me post it in the room as well. I know, but sometimes you don't got to do anything fancy to make tons of money. Yeah, Dash. Hertz volume pop. Well, it's got Bill Ackman pumping. Bill Ackman out there pumping. Unity do today? Oh my goodness, Unity. Unity. The hell was going on here? No real bounce for Bitcoin today. The crypto names, I guess, a little bit of a bounce. Coin, MSTR. Is that what Unity's got going on right now? Oh, yeah, no, you guys shouldn't be able to hear me. What? Wait, y'all can't hear me. I'm confused. Oh. AVGO? Did it make a move? Yep.
Members,
Yeah, very nice.
as you can see,
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about some over 236, 237, really right over this little wick high, 236 and a half. Would have been good, but obviously, with Nvidia earnings on deck, just kind of passed on that idea. And then TSM's the other one.
2 p.m. and waiting on this
Yeah, 237 and a half. I mean, it was a good idea. It was a good idea. But Microsoft's still a little bit heavy. Yeah, it looks like AVGO looks fantastic. Yeah, I'm glad you guys were able to get in there. Yeah, it's a hell of a move here. Hell of a move. IONQ consolidating just underneath that gap fill level. And $55 out of the money calls. So people are basically saying new all-time high, huh? I guess so. I guess so. That's funny. I think it's Nvidia dependent. if Nvidia if Nvidia chooses to go higher, and it drags up semis with it, then the market's gonna go higher. If Nvidia gets slapped like Okta, then I don't think the market could go anywhere. At least not for a few more weeks. But Nvidia looks great. Nvidia's acting awesome. But I'm going to go with... Man, Biden market was brutal. I don't want to go back to a Biden market, man.
Remember, Steve Black coming up here in 15 minutes. We'll post a link to that in the news desk.
Fed minutes, here we go. Everybody get your depends. CLS, super nice bounce off the 10. Thank goodness, man. I had to suffer for a little bit there, but now I've at least got my stop level. Dash staying a touch heavy. Gold's not even doing anything, man. And these gold miners are just hanging out super well.
Remember, it's posted in the news desk are excerpts from the FOMC minutes.
Agreed they were well positioned to wait for more clarity on the outlook, minutes show. Participants agreed that risk of higher
Members
inflation
of
and
the
higher
posted
unemployment
in the
had
news
risen.
desk is a link to the FOMC minutes.
Yeah, I bought hymns. I bought hymns on the 20 simple moving average undercut and rally about $1 ago, a little bit less. I almost scooped AVGO, but I did not. Kind of a bum move on my part, but I should have taken like a little 5% position, but didn't. And I scooped some Dash. So, and I'm down on Dash right now. Down on Dash, up on hymns. Yeah, AVGO's awesome recovery. Just awesome. Yeah, I tried to put them under live long ideas today. I passed on Twilio, took a half size in Dash, half size in hymns, looking to buy hymns as a higher low setup, a couple bucks higher to add to it. So hymns is nice, almost up $1 on it. Dash not so nice, down a couple bucks on it. Yeah, AVGO monster. I should have taken some over yesterday's high. Really over that 136.5 level was good. But didn't. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. But didn't. Sezzle really moving too. Jeez. Also, Alan, SMR as well
On VSCO.
as a short.
Top Victoria's Secret reporting a security incident impacting website.
High of day is my stop. Short at 35.47. So down about 40 cents on it, a little bit less. Yeah, but this IONQ has these $55 out of the money calls, and just isn't dying. These things aren't staying heavy. Like even with SMR, they're really not staying as heavy as I had thought. What's acting a little bit worse because of that offering is NNE. Like you could just see how heavy NNE staying. I mean, kind of a big down day today, and just staying near the lows of the day. SMR, big up move. I mean, gigantic, and then just staying. I mean, it bounced about half the range, but we'll see. No real issue with it right now. All right, Tesla. Come on back now. Tessie, my Bessie. Baba and PDT are both getting hit right now, huh? Baba, yep. PDD, yep. Ugh. Boy, that looks bad. And I know Futu's got earnings too. This looks good, but this likely follows the way of its friends here. Probably back to $90 we go. Snow I'm basically flat on right now. It's not really moving, man. My snow is not really going anywhere. I will be using yesterday's lows as my stop because that's below the high volume close. So 202 is I'm giving it a little dollar of wiggle room. 203.18 is the high volume close. 202 is my stop. 205.42 is my entry. So $3, $3.50 of risk on a $200 stock. I mean, pretty much nothing. Kinross acting pretty good today, right? With gold, it's acting really nice. I'm already trimmed on this thing. This thing held. If you go back a few days ago on the watch list video, this is kind of exactly what I was hoping for. A little bit of a pullback and kind of start to flag out here overall key moving averages. EGO is acting really well. Over 20, this thing looks pretty damn good. EGO looks good. CDE was acting awesome yesterday and acting well today. I mean, look at this EGO on that high type flag. Just spectacular. Upper right hand side of my chart. I mean, those are the kind of charts you want to be in. Charts that are literally popping off the top right of your screen. NVIDIA, very nice. Holy smokes. AVGO, gorgeous. Yeah, I'm also looking to add on HIMS as a higher low setup. So really, I don't believe that this trade even gets started until it gets out above 56.52. Call it 56.50s, right? So after it breaks 56.50s, right, I would be waiting for my 3 to 5 days from there because that's when I believe that the real trend would start. So I'm not looking to trim into 56.50s when that would be my ad spot, if that makes sense. Oh no. It depends what colossal failure looks like. I'm gonna treat every own stock for its own, price action, right? Like I can't imagine. I mean, Nvidia would definitely affect the AVGOs of the world. Super, super nice flag setup too, man. Kind of disappointed at myself. I'm not in this one right now. Should be, should be, should be in this thing. 136 and 236 and a half personally. Yeah, SMH looks good. Soxo looks pretty good. For any of you guys that watched the watchlist video last night, I mean, you guys are prepared. I just have a hard time getting positioned in front of this event. It's like we've definitely got an event coming, and before I get too aggressive in front of that, let's just let it happen. But it does look good, and Nvidia's acting swell. AVGO acts even better though. AVGO acts even better. This one seems like, new all-time highs probably pretty likely. You must have watched the wrong video? Oh no. Well, we were talking about how we missed AVGO, except those who actually caught AVGO. Some people got it, some people didn't. Carvana, fresh high. Holy shnikes, man. This thing is non-stop. Yeah, AVGO was the one. Well, I would be nice if my snow were acting that good. As good as AVGO. Or Dash. Oh. Hell yeah. Yeah, I would just plan on doubling my shares. I would add another 5% of my portfolio to HIMS. Maybe a little less. 56.50s. So it's got, another $3 move to go before, it's a higher low setup. But it looks really, it's acting nice off the lows today. You have Carvana from 203. Oh, wowzers. 203. You added FTNT and spot today? FTNT still kind of within the range, but yeah, I could see that. Still within the range though. And then spot you added? Yeah, still within the range too, but yeah, AVGO from 203, that's lovely. Oh, you got it from way down here. Almost as a higher low setup. I like that. So you bought it on 5.7, I'm assuming? Yep. I like that. Can't hate on that. TMDX beautiful. EQT kind of a nasty down day. AR kind of a nasty down day. CRK kind of a nasty down day. CRK not all that bad. Dave fresh high. Wowzers. Dave. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I don't really see much else to do. When did you buy EQT? On 5.5? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, just be trimmed on EQT, but it still has that lower range at 55 bucks. You know, as long as it's above 55 bucks, it still looks pretty good. You know, it's got the ascending 20. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a little sideways here on like really, really, really low volume too. Like look at today's volume on the daily. I mean, only an hour and 43 minutes left, and this thing is like dropping on the lightest volume ever. Everything is alright. Exodus. Oh, and bunch of people. What do I think about IONQ over 49? It's wildly extended right now. It's up 65% from its 50-day. When in doubt, go to the chart rooms, type in /quote, and then type in the ticker symbol, and then it's 9.46 times its 50 ATR. It's 9.46 times its average true range from the 50. In other words, it's way too extended. You don't want to be in a name that extended. Trust me. It could go higher. It's probably going higher, right? It's probably going to 55, just what those options are calling for. But again, you don't want to get used to buying stocks that extended, right? You're just asking for trouble if you do. Tesla, a little bit of a reject off of yesterday's highs. Yeah, it's above my cost basis, and it's also above the high volume close. I've already trimmed, and I could tell you how I've traded Toast. I have, let me tell you right now. So I've trimmed Toast twice. I bought it on 5.9 at 40.81. I trimmed some at 44 into strength, and I trimmed some more at 43.04 into this weakness. And now I'm just holding on to the last of my shares. So there's really not much else I can do with it. That's about it. When you see the light, taxi does. Yeah, you've trimmed a third. I've trimmed a little bit more than that. I'm off a little bit more than half of my shares. SMR coming down just a little bit. But the way I view toast is above the high volume close is good, which at this point the 20 simple moving average has caught up to that level. So this basically needs to hold on to 41 bucks. Below 41 bucks to me, no good. I also don't love, kind of the weakness that I'm seeing in Uber today, but the market's really not doing anything wrong, just consolidating. I think it's just kind of waiting on Nvidia earnings here, and you could kind of even see like Nvidia, pretty little pullback there so far. Nothing crazy, but we've got this like binary event: good earnings, and the market can go higher. Not so good earnings, and the market maybe gets its butt kicked. So we don't really know just yet. So we'll take it kind of one little moment at a time and see what the heck's happening here. Geo, some downside volume. Yeah, this was a short idea today as well. So yeah, super nice. And if it were me, we were, somebody had asked me, if I could trade this one, I would have shorted this thing as it went red on the day. So, and just piece yourself in slowly on the short side, right? Using the 20 days your guide basically. So would have made for a really nice short, and I hope somebody did get themselves short there on Geo earlier. I'm pretty sure somebody did. That's cool. 2730. That's working perfectly, man. Just as long as you size these things right, no big deal. Very nice, clean. It's a clean bear flag, right? A nasty move down on earnings. While the market's been pretty strong, this thing's been consolidating as a bear flag. Likely goes lower. 5% position's fine, dude. Making money while the market's doing nothing is totally fine. So it's just a setup that, you know, it's good to understand, and the why and the where and all the other shit about it. So it's like you really just don't know how the market's going to act, right? Market could rip back up on Nvidia earnings. You know, we got 90 minutes here for the market, and you know, I'm still got my, you know, the back of my mind that I want to make sure that I'm trimmed Tesla in case of some rough Nvidia earnings, right? I don't want to just stay stubborn on this thing. I do want to make sure that, you know, treat trading like a business. Make sure you get paid. It's very important. DAS. CLS. Breathe easy. Can I maybe talk about how I pay myself? Yeah, I take out money every 3 months. I pay quarterly on my taxes. And then I take out a little extra for my living expenses. My living expenses are about 10,000 bucks a month, so about every 3 months I pull like an extra 50 grand for myself, just to cover my life. You know, I do have a somewhat expensive kind of life because I just treat myself, I feel like, everywhere I go. And no, but it does cost me about $10,000 a month on my monthly expenses. So I do keep a little extra, and then I just pay my quarterly, and then I just keep a little extra money in my bank, and then that's pretty much it. So I don't really pay myself, man. I don't pull like extra money from my brokerage to like do anything. I don't really buy like Rolexes or new car or nothing like that. So no Lambo payment, no nothing. So I was thinking about getting my fiance a Porsche, like a Macan or whatever, but she says she doesn't really want it. So she likes the Lexus RX 350 a little bit more. Go figure. Indian people. um, but yeah, she likes the RX 350 a little bit more, like the F Sport or whatever. It's like, babe, you're being totally what's the word? Stereotypical. An Indian person liking a Lexus. Surprise, surprise. Any other investments? Yeah, I own my home. And that's about it, man. I don't have any other investments. Everything else is a depreciating asset, like my cars and, um, you know, my home's the only thing that I own that's an appreciating asset. No, I like Lexus. I like Lexus because of their service. Everything is alright. Exceed us. PDD breaking prior day low, basically. Man, what a fade. Yeah, the first time I did something nice for myself was I bought myself a really nice diamond chain. And then I bought myself another one because, you know, what would go cool with one diamond chain? Two diamond chains. And I spent like, you know, almost 50,000 on those two chains, and then still to this day I think it's like the worst money I've ever spent in my entire life. So never did that again. And I have a couple of Breitlings. You know, they're like $10,000, $8,000 watches, but I don't really buy nice watches. You know, I like the Audemars Piguet, but I don't really care for watches, man. I don't even leave the house. Plus, I got a phone. How much dust do the chains collect? No, they sit in the safe. Yeah, Vlad, you just cancel. So as soon as your weekly's up, you just cancel, and then you just redo the monthly. And thank you for wanting to be here, brother. I appreciate you big time. I like the Apple Watch. I think that's pretty cool. I don't wear one though. Right? It's like I wear a gold bracelet that my mom gave me from Colombia on my wrist. It's like gold and diamond, very subtle. And then my whole other arm is tatted, and I don't really cover it up. So I'm I was born in '91, so I'm 34, I think, or 35. I stopped counting, brother. I was born in '91, February of '91. So how old does that make me? 34 or 35? I don't even know anymore, man. 34. Everything is all right. Yeah, I went to prison for weed. Oh, all right. Yeah, sorry about that, Angel. I know you're out here looking out. I won't include the social. For sure. For sure not that. But yeah, I appreciate you letting me know. Almost felt a little weird saying it. Oh, there you go, Dijon. I used to do jujitsu, man, but I got two hernias. I've got a bunch of medals hanging in my office from when I did Nagas and IBJJF tournaments. Yeah, you're talking to a certified purple belt. Here's a humble brag. I never did a jiu-jitsu tournament in which I didn't take home a medal. All IBJJFs, all Nagas, always took home a medal, first, second, or third place. But then I got two hernias. So, had the surgery and then, just never went back, man. Never got back on the mats for some reason. Yeah, PBA's a black belt, and he would kick my ass all day long. Oh, look at Geo. What a nice short idea, too. What a nice short idea. I'm hoping some of you guys are absolutely banking on this. And you guys can understand the why. All right? The why was really important, right? You get this nasty move down on earnings. You get the market still kind of trending higher, and this thing not able to bounce back above the 50. And you just get this really, really nice consolidation. You get this slight little push up in the morning. You get it going red on the day. and effectively you're risking off high, like 25 30 or 27 30s, 27 40s, even 27 50s as your entries. And then all of a sudden, just a beautiful, beautiful fade, and now a pickup in volume on this fade too. So, you guys aren't the only ones trying to short this thing or getting out of a long. And now we're potentially in a renewed downtrend for that second leg lower down to the 200. So, hopefully, like I said, some of you, either more than just one of you, took this as a short idea. It was too illiquid for me, but at least it's not too illiquid. I could have done it, just maybe not with the size that I would have wanted. So, just kind of left it alone, and, hindsight's 2020. Now I'm like, man, I wish I'd have just taken 10,000 shares. But even looking at like this 5-minute bar here, where this thing, dumps, 15, 20 cents, it's like, this isn't even as many shares as I would have wanted. So just too illiquid for me. But, fortunately, some of you guys were able to get in. But it's not so much the setup. It's not so much the liquidity for me. It's, do you guys understand the why and the setup? And then now it being, as stress-free as it is. And the market's not even really pulling back, right? If the market were to have like a down day tomorrow, GEO is going to wash out even more. GEO will be, mid 25s tomorrow, another dollar lower. So yeah, PBA is definitely a black belt. He looks like it. What do black belts look like? Cauliflower ear like none other, and Brazilian. That's what they look like. Cauliflower ear, Brazilian. It's like he doesn't even have to have his belt on. You'd be like, you a black belt in jiu-jitsu, aren't you? Well, yes, I am. You're a long only trader. Should I start shorting? You don't have to. No. I just want you to understand the concepts, right? When a stock is acting weak while the market is acting well, those are the stocks you want to target for a short. I mean, if you guys were, listening to me yesterday or, even this morning, there's a reason it just stood out, right? Like naturally, you're just like, oh yeah, that looks like a short, right? And then, you've got your entry, you've got your risk level, you've got your proper position sizing, you've got your entry tactics, you've got your patience, right? And then it all comes together as to like where you get in, how you hold it, where you risk off from, the why it's a short, right? It's not that you have to take it. It's just understanding the concept, And by the way, if you flip this chart upside down, which I will do right now, right? That looks fucking gorgeous. This looks like a move up in a bull flag. You'd be like, oh yeah, ooh, GEO breaking out, big volume. Oh yeah, who's buying this thing? But the reality is it's just the opposite. So no, I don't really use volume profile or, I don't really use any of that, honestly. It's just like more stuff on my charts. Oh no, he didn't. Ooh, that's too funny, man. Oh, that's good stuff. His ass put me in a diamond chain and everything, with the grill and face tattoos. Yo, that's too funny, man. Yeah, Uber a touch heavy today. Feels like I'm going to get stopped out of my ads tomorrow, and hopefully I don't get stopped out of the rest here pretty soon. But 86.70 is definitely the spot that I am watching to cut the rest. We've got an hour and 15 minutes till I figure out what hell I'm going to do with NVIDIA or Tesla to see if I'm going to trim some. And then obviously in after hours we got a pretty big event one way or the other. So, are we having an Nvidia earnings watch party? I think they released like an hour after. I mean, who knows? How would I look to hedge after hours? You know, you should already have a little short on, possibly. You know, Geo, I wouldn't look to short, or I wouldn't look to hedge here. Not if you didn't already take something. I'm watching to see if this Rigetti will go red on the day, and then I'll have a spot that I can mess with it. Okay, here we go. Everything is alright. Exodus. Mm-hmm. Movement, bunch of people. Yeah, they're trying to rally Nvidia into earnings. IONQ still rejecting that high. SMR still a touch heavy here. So, I mean, the shorts aren't acting all that bad today, whether it be Geo, which I'm not in, or SMR. You know, GRR is also red on the day. My Uber's heavy. Slightly red on my ads, but I only have 2,500 shares on the ads, so really nothing crazy. And Tesla will probably, will 100% get trimmed under $358. So, without question. Snow slightly flat basically on it, slightly red, nothing crazy. Not really doing anything. Netflix still a beast. KGC acting super. Hims looks just fine. On my Nvidia or on my Tesla, half. I would be looking to get rid of half my Tesla. I have a 293 average and I'm looking to get paid. The other way you can look at it is also look at the price of the VIX and divide by 16. That's how you get your typical average daily range effectively. And Tesla rejected. Oh, that kind of sucks. Well, and it probably bounces here too. China names popping by Baba Baidu. Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened to Tesla, but I am officially out half of my position. I mean, it's likely just a nasty yank, but time to protect. I got just a little bit better than 358 fills, but that doesn't really matter. Then I still have half my position left. I could post it. It's not a completed trade, so I'll just post it when I finish the trade up. Yeah, Ukraine's defense minister says he handed over Ukrainian version of memorandum to head of Russian delegate. Ukrainian's defense minister says Russia continues to delay delivery of their version. Just a bunch of word salad, that's all it is. Just word salad. Very nice Rigetti. Come on, baby. So officially, the three shorts are as follows: GRRR, SMR, and Rigetti. And regretfully, no Geo. That would be nice, but no Geo. It depends how we close. If we close back below the 20 on HIMS, it's likely that I just get rid of it. I'm up about 40 cents on it right now, but the way it's acting right now, it's probably just best I don't F around and just take my little small gain off the table. We'll see. We got an hour. We got power hour. Steady Rigetti. Sounds like BTFD to me. I'm with it. Like I said, I still have half, and I just can't see this thing go back down to 230. That would make me pretty sick to my stomach, honestly. So you want a war? All right. Is everything is all right? What's the Rigetti setup? The fact that QBTS is overextended, and I'm just playing it as it being red on the day and staying red on the day with the stop at high a day. A Fugazi at the left side peak. I still don't like QBTS. This thing's wildly extended. So it's not like I'm expecting anything more from these stocks, Yeah, the much easier setup for people to understand and trade and study is a breakdown like Geo. What I don't really want people doing is following me too much down this Rigetti path. This is could be a bit of a headache for some people. Yeah, Quantum is one of the strongest groups, but they're also the fakest group out there too. Again, and I know things can remain irrational longer than I can remain solvent. I know that for sure, but again, I've got a clean stop on it, and if it wants to go higher, I'll just take my stop. I'm not too worried about that part. I know Quantum's strong, but these aren't real companies, so at some point you just got to take your little stab. And if they're going to go parabolic, then they'll offer a better opportunity down the road. And it's not just like these quantum names that are super strong. It's also these nuclear names, and I'm also short SMR. So they slam Nvidia down just to pick it right back up. They did the same thing with the market there too. They slammed the market and they picked it right back up. That's what I was saying. It just looked like this little fugazi kind of a yank on some news. Right back like nothing. So you wanna walk? Alright. Yeah, I've got a bone to pick with these fake companies. That's what the real problem is. Like I said, I've met strippers who make more money than QBTS. That's actually not true, but sounds cool to say. uh Everything is alright. Alright, power hour. Alright. Look within. Yeah, I don't mind UEC. I prefer CCJ. Right? In my opinion, they're the leader. And again, this thing just got over the 200. So I don't know that I like UEC nearly as much as I like CCJ. Right? CCJ, it's obviously a little bit gone here, but which one looks better? Which one acts better? Yeah, it's extended near highs, but UEC's not really going to go higher without CCJ. So just let CCJ tighten back up and then buy the leader. That's how I would treat it. Don't go piling yourself into laggards ever because, the fact that CCJ is green today and UEC's red tells you all you need to know. Don't go buying one just because it's got to play catch up, quote unquote. Right? Just let the leader tighten up and then buy the leader. Yeah, it is. But, wanting to buy UEC as the catch up name, that's all it really is. It's just a catch up. And you don't really want to be playing that game. Yeah, AVGO didn't even budge there. Didn't budge at all. Nvidia budged. AVGO, not even close, man. This thing looks awesome. Well, SMCI, I don't want to say that it's looking good just yet, but yeah, it's starting to shape up a little bit above the 200. Marvell's still too far below the 200. Marvell, no good. Avoid that one. You've got A Lab. You've got CRDO. You've got TSM. You've got AVGO. Right? Throw Marvell off your screens. Yeah. I hear you what you're saying on relative strength, but AVGO is much better. Right? You just go ahead and scrap Marvell. Throw it in the trash. LRCX. Yeah, LRCX is another one. Setting up above the 200. Looks like a nice little consolidation above the 200. When people ask what I mean about it establishing itself above the 200, this is what I'm talking about. Right? A nice consolidation above the 200. And then ASML is another. And then KLAC is another. And then MPWR is another. MPWR still below the 200, so scrap that one too. What'd they do to DJT? Oh my goodness. When you see the light. Yeah, DJ. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. They raised like what 2 point something billion. AppLovin. Keep on going, boy. AppLovin is acting freaking awesome, man. AppLovin and Carvana, two that we could 100% be in. AppLovin much tighter, but super nice. Superb. Everything is alright. Alright, Toasty. alright. Yeah, ARM, AVGO. I mean, that was just a little washout to shake everybody out, even like myself. But to get me to come off a few shares, which I did. AVGO, man. Shame. 236. Paper hands here. I know. They finally got me. Only took me 13 days. I only had enough diamond hands for 13 days. No, but it was good. It was good, honestly. Take a little bit off. GEV, what a monster. Even AMAC going today, huh? I wonder how ACLS is looking. ACLS. Ew. ALGM. ALGM starting to get back up above the 200. Look at this sucker. Tightening up all nice. Okay, ALGM. This thing has gotten beaten up. Super bad. With the life we're living. Elf came into view. Yeah, just let this thing set up above the 200. It's finally starting to work a little bit better. Big move off those lows, man. Almost 100%. Very nice. No, he let it go. He had it, but he let it go. He had this like at in the $60, like down here. But it ended up going all the way to 50. That's what make, buying these, flushes to new lows very difficult, because you might be wrong way down, you might be right way down the road, but not before, it ends up going down another 20% on you. That's the difficult part. All right. 40 minutes left. All right, Dash, I see you. Just hang in there. Hang in there, young Dash. CLS went green on the day. All right. Love that. Oh.
Double digits on everything. So that is difficult, obviously. these chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh, and then I chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said you have to open up your whole country, and because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now.
Please, sir.
And I said, okay, I'll give you till July. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet.
Chicken
And
out.
after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. This country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me. He said, you got the hottest we have the hottest country in the world right now. 6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive, and you ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation. You set a number. And if you go down, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number, and I go down a little bit, they want me to hold that number, 145% tariff. Even I said, man, that really got up. You know how it got? Because of fentanyl and many other things, and you added it up. I said, where are we now? We're at 145%. I said, whoa, that's high. That's high.
We're seeing a little volatility back in the markets.
Jesus.
FT report circulating regards to Trump ordering U.S. chip designers to stop selling to China.
Jeez.
That's coming from the FT. It's being circulated.
China, we were doing no business because of the tariff, because it was so high. But I knew that. But don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question. Go ahead.
Oh man. So that's a nasty question. Don't ever say I'm a chicken. Yeah, I saw that. I hardly trust the Financial Times as a solid resource, but market's moving on anything right now, dude. That's why I don't pay attention to news. So you wanna walk, alright, with the life we're living. Yeah, I mean, I just can't buy AVGO before this NVIDIA earnings. I'll just wait, right? And it's hardly fading. Look at the 60-minute on this thing. It looks spectacular. I mean, look at this thing. Move up, series of higher lows, night flat base breakout. I mean, it's going. A little itty bitty wick on the last 60-minute bar. I mean. No, SR, I finally trimmed. I am out half, man. I'm out half. Super nice trade on half so far. But, yeah. We'll see. My Uber looks like there is a chance that I get stopped out of my ads tomorrow. And then, roughly just under 86.5 is the stop on the rest. Shorts aren't really shorting right at the moment, but we'll see. Obviously, we've got Tesla. I got HIMS working for me as a long, but if we close underneath the 20, I'm not going to hold this thing overnight. So it's got, we got about 30, 40 minutes to see where the hell we stand.
Remember seeing
Jesus, dude. Holy sh...
In this article, seeing Cadence Design, CDNS, also seeing Synopsys.
Oh, SNPS and ANSS. Yeah, okay, got it. SNPS. Oh, buddy. Cadence, CDNS. Oh my goodness. ANSS. I don't know, dude. They were included in the company mentioned, so several people familiar with the move said the Commerce Department has told the Electronic Design Automation Group, which includes Cadence, Synopsys, and Siemens EDA, to stop supplying their technology to China. So Cadence, SNPS, and ASNS, or whatever it was, ANSS, just got clipped there. So pretty nasty too. Yeah, Palantir just hanging in there. But Palantir needs to get over 127, 128 before it's buyable again. And my Uber loses yesterday's lows. I will be cutting my ads, and we are pretty damn close to it. You know, we got like 60 cents a cushion. And then if we lose 523's lows and the 20 simple moving average, I will be out of the last of my shares. So I don't feel comfortable holding the last of my shares all the way down to the 50. It's just not going to happen. And then, you know, even my recent ads on HIMS, you know, I've only got like a 40-cent cushion on it. So if this thing can't close better in the next 40 minutes, then I'll be kind of forced to take those off the board as well. So we'll see. We got 40 minutes. And then we got NVIDIA earnings, and I could easily get out of these things in after hours too. Snow slightly red now, about 20 cents. SMR still going sideways. Man, TEM getting blasted. Gold down today. Gold miners acting well. Yeah, there's nothing really to talk about today. What did they do to Bob? Yeah, miners are looking good. EGO's looking pretty damn good. You know, and gold is down, right? CDE is acting superb. And again, you know, silver's doing nothing here. I mean, it's down 0.5%. It looks like silver eventually wants to go, but who the hell knows? Yeah, Baba, there's something in the water. Not sure exactly what's going on. PDD not acting well. Effectively at yesterday's lows from the earning gap down. If they finish setting up, you know, and they can, you know, tighten up here and go sideways, I wouldn't short them here like this. Right? Think about how much they're down right now compared to how much they normally move. So you can't you shouldn't short this right now. You know, it could very well go lower, or you could just wait for a proper setup. You know, I mean, this thing looks like a massive base that could potentially go higher. You know, one little down day, you know, doesn't necessarily make the trend. So just, you know, be patient. If they're meant to go lower, they'll go lower. pixie dust. Oh man, bunch of people. Yeah, Hims is hanging in there all right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you look at the 60-minute chart on AVGO, it's just a little blip. I mean, this thing looks like nothing. This is sometimes why I hate listening to news. As if you panicked yourself out because of a 1-minute chart, right? Basically a fresh breakout, you know. And again, it could end up failing, but this is the life you chose. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching these Nvidia earnings, so I'm here. You know, I'm agreeing with you, SR. I agree. These earnings reports must be watched. Everything is alright. I mean, Palantir is looking still pretty damn good off that 20. I've got to say so myself. This thing looks pretty good off the 20. Almost looks like it's building a series of higher lows off the 20. Just got to get through 127 and 128. If it can do that, I mean, I don't see why this thing can't start going higher again. One little down day, no big deal. Microsoft needed it. AVGO looks awesome. Octa big down day. Holy shit, look at the volume on the way down. Oof. That's gonna leave a mark. Why not play it to that 127, 128? Because I don't know it's gonna get there. But over that, it feels like there could easily be continuation. So I don't want to assume it's going to get there. I'm going to let other people do the heavy lifting for me. And then when it starts to break out from that level, because that's the level where people are risking off of, right? You see these nasty down days. See the high there, you see the high there, you see the high here, right? People are risking off of that level. And so when it starts to get above that, you've got shorts that are covering, you got longs that are getting long, and I could set my stop at low of day on the day that I buy it. If it breaks the 20 and the market's going lower, yeah, I would be interested in a short. So in other words, if it breaks yesterday's lows, 120.88, I could definitely see myself wanting to short this thing. Potentially all the way back to the 50. But again, a good market for shorting, like when I say a good market, I mean the opposite of a good market. So we would need a market that's seeing distribution on the day. And then, I would use progressive exposure on the short side, similar to how I do on the long side, right? And then if that one begins to work, maybe we could look for another one. And if then that one begins to work and, you look for another one. If you were focused on the right stocks on the short side, right, something like MSTR a few days ago and then Geo today, right, you could be getting some pretty nice traction on the short side. Just the same way we track relative strength when the market's going down is the same way we track relative weakness when the market's going up. So market's been acting pretty well past few days, and yet Palantir was acting kind of like crap yesterday. Okay, fine, boom. We already know there's some relative weakness there. If it breaks the 20 and then now the market's acting weak as well, and Palantir continues to act weak, we can short it below, call it yesterday's lows, 120.88, and then, if it's already got some relative weakness, we should be getting some cushion on a potential short as the market continues to act weak. So, you don't want to short things in a strong market. You want to short things in a market that's pulling back. So track relative weakness in a strong market, track relative strength in a weak market. Don't trade relative strength in a weak market, trade it in a strong market, and don't short relative weakness in a strong market, short it in a weak market. So I hope that all that came out properly or something like that. Hope that made sense. That's exactly right. That's how I feel when I say stuff like that out loud. You know what stock doesn't care about a market going up, down, left, or right? Netflix. The next $1 trillion company. No, it's a little extended, man. I don't think PDD is a good short here. Let it go sideways for a little bit. I mean, sure, it could work, but, just let it go sideways. Usually these shorts, they can snap back violently. And it probably goes on to work now that I'm saying that, but like what would be more interesting is if, we can get Futu on earnings to kind of give us a little gap down too. That would be interesting, right? Like a little gap down on earnings, and then you break the 20 or you break the 50. Futu could be interesting as well. I just don't want to chase a short. All right, 25 minutes. Hims is acting okay. Quantum stocks are still on beast mode. Oklo and SMR just kind of going sideways here. Yeah, KGC looks fantastic. Yeah, KGC looks fantastic. EGO looks fantastic. All the while, gold does nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then the best of the bunch, in my opinion, is CDE. No, I don't like Affirm at all. I don't like Affirm at all. Why should we like Affirm? What's special about Affirm? Right? You really want to focus on charts that are like near their upper right hand corner. If you were telling me like Affirm was like at 75 bucks, then we'd be having a different discussion. But this market has been this strong and this stock is barely trying to reclaim the 200. There's a reason why you saw me mentioning AVGO. Right? Well above its 200, a nice little consolidation, right near its all-time high, right? There's, you know, Affirm, poo-poo. Poo-poo. Looks terrible. Like, I went through this earlier on pre-market. Affirm or AVGO? Affirm or Carvana, right? From that little bull flag. Affirm or, you know, Tesla yesterday, right? It's like, you know, there are just better setups. Or there are like way too many better setups than Affirm to take Affirm. What about Sound? Probably another one you should avoid. Yeah, poo-poo. Total poo-poo. You don't want to be in stocks like this. Sure, they can eventually go higher, but I want to teach you the way that you trade with the least amount of stress. I mean, could this go higher later? But yeah, let it show you some momentum first, and then a little pullback into those declining moving averages, or ascending moving averages. Yeah, SNPS getting crushed. Oh my goodness. ANSS, and then Cadence was the other one. CDNS or something. CDNS. And now look at Nvidia too. Come on, Trump. Why you gotta go and do that, bro? The news was the Commerce Department has told electronic design automation groups, which include Cadence, Synopsys, and Siemens EDA, to stop supplying their technology to China. So, yeah, on SNPS, on Cadence. When you see the light exceed us. 'cause everything is alright. Okta. $20 patients. Yeah, I'll be putting up more educational videos, man. Yeah, those are, I think the next ones that I start doing, we are going to start covering individual setups that I like trading. So, like, what is exactly a higher low? What exactly is a flat base breakout? What is an earnings gapper? What is a high volume close? Tons. And then you guys just got to be patient with me, man. I got to find some more time and annotate some charts and get them up into the educational rooms. I think that will be awesome as well. Just be patient, and I'll get a bunch more up there. Man, SNPS, holy shit! Look at what they just did to Nvidia too. Oh my god. Holy CDNS. Holy shit. What did they just do? Damn, these are starting to yank on these tech names too. Not that crazy, but on the semis at least. Yeah, let's see. Let's just hope earnings doesn't turn this into Okta, man. If this is Okta, the market's in for a little spill. So I literally have 50 cents a cushion on my Uber ads. Not fun. Dash just kind of hanging in there. I'll be patient. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to think that, but yeah, it's possible, man. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, it could very well be. Here's your head. Here's your left shoulder. Here's your right shoulder. Below $90, this thing probably goes straight to 50. Who knows? Don't even want to think like that, but it's possible. I mean, they are hitting Nvidia pretty hard here before the close. So, who knows? Green on SMR, that's nice. Bitcoin staying heavy. Him's hanging in there pretty well. Dash all right. Yeah, if Nvidia gets hit on earnings, it's going to be a lot of names getting hit. man, Nvidia just went red on the day. Holy shit. Core we've kind of coming undone a little bit. Yeah, arm a bit of a fade. Yeah, arm completely round trip the whole move. You know, Nvidia basically resting on, I mean, AVGO is holding up like an absolute champion. Cannot complain about that. At least I didn't get too crazy with my Tesla. It's a little lower than where I trimmed it, so happy about that for now. All right, I'm gonna go pop a bag of popcorn, get ready for this Nvidia. Da, da. With the life we're living, Exodus. All right. Yeah, this after hours is going to be absolutely epic. You know, could this just be a little trap in the market on the way down, and then we just get this big fat gap up, and everybody's chasing right back in? I don't think anybody knows. All I know is,
I was taking a peek at your market on close and balance. We are seeing a 700 million to the sales side.
all right. KLAC, CDNS, AMD, Microchip, CRDO, On Semiconductor, NVIDIA, all of them at the KLAC, all of them at the lows of the day. LRCX, all of them at the lows of the day. Mm-mm. Even my Snowflake. I almost just want to eat my little $1 loss right now. And super peanut loss, like 5K. And just deal with it, later. But who knows? There are times where, I override my sell rules and then I end up regretting it down the road. All right. Got about 7 minutes to make my decision. Same with Uber. I might be cutting my Uber ads as well. We're about 50 cents away from my stop on those, a little less, and then Snow is about $1 away from that high volume close, but there's no real buying power right now. And the market looks like it's trying to take a breather. see the light. Shame. Everything is alright. I mean, you know, HIM's held up pretty well considering this market pullback. Gotta give HIM's a little bit of credit too. Well, Toast, you got the high volume close, buddy. Yep, coin gave it right back too. That little bounce basically. Netflix still acts great. KGC still looks awesome. HIM's a little bit of credit. We'll see how this thing ends up closing. GRR still looks terrible. Dash looks okay. CLS looks fine. CLS gave me a nice level to work with today. Below today's lows, we're gone. Above today's lows, we can hang out. Get your popcorn ready. Get the popcorn ready.
Remember, you got 2 minutes till the close.
Thanks, man. Which one? SNPS also has earnings. What if their earnings are amazing and they just gap right back up through those highs? That would be epic. Party time. I mean, even to move back down to like 125 would be totally normal for Nvidia. Tesla lower. When you see the light. Ba-da-ba-ba-da.
On TSHA, proposed public offering of common stocks and pre-funded warrants. Also on TSHA, announcing pivotal Part B trial design details for
Yeah, it's still below the 200 this CRM. Oh man, I guess I got lucky on that Uber a little bit to cut my shares. I don't know what the hell just happened here. What's going on here?
Also raising guidance, CRM.
87.20. Wow. Oh, Tesla Robotaxi. Yep, that can do it. And below 86.70, I'm officially done with the last of it. 86.70. If it wants to act like a UNR under that level, then that's totally fine. Like an undercut and rally, but 86.70 is the spot that I'm watching. Below that, no good. Tesla said to target Robotaxi launch in Austin on June 12th. Meanwhile, Nvidia just trickling in there. No big deal. When you see the light. Yeah, June 12th. I mean, that's literally 2 weeks from now. Yeah, I trimmed some today, so you know my level of carrying is much lower. Look at that, coin made a fresh low in after hours. Yikes. Uber is hanging out right on that 20-day. Uber. Don't mess with me now.
On EL, I have EPS beat of 5 cents. Revenue coming in with a slight beat.
Elf Cosmetics.
On A, coming with an
Oof.
EPS of 5 cents. Revenue beat, lowering.
Damn, put some makeup on that pig. Oh no. Alright, NVIDIA. What are we talking about here? What are we doing?
On SNPS, coming in with their earnings EPS with a beat of 25 cents. Revenue in line.
SNPS with a beat. Oh well. Tesla, I guess this little robo taxi or robo whatever's going on, being well received for now, huh? Good. Let's take the last of my shares, 500. All right, Tesla. Elon Musk said, Elon Musk tried to derail Sam Altman's big deal in Abu Dhabi, sources say. Trump approved Stargate deal in UAE despite Musk protests. All right. All right. Not sure what the hell's going on here, but we'll take it. Elf Beauty announces definitive agreement to acquire Rode in $1 billion deal. Yeah, well. C3 AI and Baker Hughes renew an expanded joint venture agreement. Which one? VEEV?
Yeah.
Oh man, big base on this thing too, huh? Slow mover, but 260? Wow. 261. No, I still have HIMS. The only thing I cut was my ads on Uber from yesterday, and I cut my Snowflake because it wasn't pushing. And I'll post that Snowflake trade that I had, super nothing burger of a loss. So, and then I reduced my Tesla position, cut it in half, added a couple small shorts in Rigetti and SMR, and bought the 20 SMA UNR on HIMS. So pretty active day actually. SNPS. Yeah, I don't want to use the word backup, but yeah. All right, what the hell's going on here, Uber? Come on, I've been in this thing so long. Don't start trying to stop me out now. Palantir perking up just a little bit in after hours. Yeah, Coin. This is exactly why I avoided Coin. Because even though Coin was trying to quote unquote bounce, Bitcoin was not bouncing. So it's like, imagine buying Coin, you know, as it's turning back up on a 620, but without Bitcoin bouncing, how's this thing supposed to go higher? And then sure enough, you know, it rolls back over. Yeah, there's no volume in Uber. I mean, there isn't. I believe it. Yeah, there's not a ton. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that Coin and MSTR don't act all that great. I mean, CoinX, all right. You know, this thing just got over the 200. Needs to establish itself above the 200. Oof. Elf. Damn. Yeah, crypto kind of looks like it's going lower. I would not be comfortable being long MSTR. I mean, you know, most people should have seen the warning signs and cut it on the gap below the 20. Uber, no real harm yet. If we establish ourselves below 86.70s, I will cut the rest of it. But again, Nvidia is going to play a pretty big role. What an ugly down day for NNE too. Why can't SMR do this? Huh? Is that so much to ask for? Core weave. QBTS. Come on down, buddy. And bring Rigetti with it. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's soon, dude. I hope it's soon. What's it? HPQ? Hewlett Packard? Oh, Hewlett Packard. Holy shit, son. Oof. Back at those lows of April. Oh, buddy. And there goes Dell too. Oh, Dell. Anthropic CEO AI would wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike up unemployment to 10 to 20% within the next 5 years. Huh. He might be full of shit. Honestly. Could be full of shit. Dell coming down and not quite losing the 200 just yet, but Hewlett Packard got smoked. And then Nvidia perking back up here. I mean, like, you mean like white collar jobs? I don't know, man. Talking about like doctors' roles and stuff like that, lawyers. Maybe I could have gone for a robot as a lawyer. He probably would have been a whole lot cheaper. Lawyers, engineers, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Well, the nice part is you guys will have transitioned to full-time stock traders. You guys won't have to worry about none of that.
What time does the video report out?
Oh, I'm assuming the next 12 minutes. Jesus, holo, dude. What a move. 100% move off the lows. Holy cow. You did buy SNPS on the right side of the V? Yeah, man. God bless you. I mean, they did have earnings, right? But now it's below the 200. So, no, I hear you. A risk isn't very big if that's where you bought it. 462, 3.5, and you said your risk is what? 51? 2.3% risk? Yeah, it's not bad. I don't hate it. Nvidia about to report earnings right now. All right, here we go. Come on, Nvidia. Do it for the team. Higher we go.
There it is.
Here we go. Oh, 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 whoa. Whoa. Announces financial results. Let's see.
On NVDA, seeing volatility after hours. NVIDIA coming in with a revenue beat.
Of course.
EPS coming in with a miss of 4 cents.
Oh, all right.
Revenue beat on NVIDIA, NVDA.
All right. Pretty muted. Revenue is expected to be 45 billion plus or minus 2%. This reflects a loss in H20 revenue H200 revenue of approximately $8 billion due to the recent export control limitations. First quarter revenue was $39.1 billion, up 10% from previous quarter and up 73% from a year ago. Automotive and robotics. First quarter automotive revenue was $567 billion, down 1% from previous quarter and up 72% from a year ago. Professional visualization revenue was $509, up 19% from a year ago. Gaming and AI PC was a record $3.8 billion, up 48% from a quarter and 42% from a year ago. All right. All right. So AVGO maybe tomorrow? Yeah, not bad. Yeah, earnings very well received. Taking CoreWeave with it, popping up just a little bit.
Members watching NVIDIA trading after hours. You're seeing a lot of mixed reports in regards to actual data versus adjusted data, X items. But the key headline a lot of traders are mentioning is the revenue coming in with a much bigger beat than expected, as well as the CEO says the Blackwell NVL72 AI system is in production.
Yeah, TSM looks interesting for tomorrow as well. Yeah, TSM, nice comeback off those lows. Already making new high. AVGO, another one. Oh, baby, AVGO. SMR just a little bit lower in after hours. That's good. NVIDIA, beautiful. Beautiful. Well, let's just see what ends up happening here for tomorrow. Palantir, nice. Nice little pop back. Let's go, Jensen. Breathe some life into these stocks. Yeah, let's just hope this isn't a full unwind. As long as we can stay out, above 130 bucks, that should look pretty good. That should look pretty good. Rocket Lab slight delay to today's launch. Nothing. NVIDIA. All right. Data center revenue 39.1 billion, estimated 39.22. Oracle, the data center name's also trying to head higher. Very nice, Oracle. This one kind of looks like the rest of them. ARM, I'm assuming, okay. Yeah, ARM, nice comeback.
NVIDIA also says, excluding the 4.5 billion charge and related tax impact, non-GAAP diluted earnings per share would have been 96 cents.
VRT, nice gap up too.
That's what we meant when we were talking about a lot of different numbers coming out on different wires. The adjusted on the X items would have been a beat of 96 cents on NVIDIA with that revenue beat.
Yeah, I mean, that's nuts, right? The law of large numbers. How much bigger could it really get? Who knows? Who knows how much larger it can actually get? Yeah, Jensen, let me hold some. Let me get some of that, dude. Well, you know, he might have gotten stopped out. Yeah, he probably would have. He probably would have gotten back in there. Nvidia gross margins are down. They used to be almost 80%, 78.9, 61% now. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you know, Nvidia's out to 100 and 38 bucks. I mean, it's not that heavy, but thought AVGO would be acting better. What'd you want AVGO to be at by now? 250? I mean, it's out over its intraday highs. Gross margins aren't as good as I'd like to see them. I mean, they're down quite a bit. Sentinel One's getting its ass kicked too. 44.1 to 45.9 billion versus 45.92 billion consensus. This reflects a loss in H200 revenue approximately 8 billion due to the recent control. Yeah, we knew that already. On an adjusted basis, excluding items, EPS of 96 cents beat by 10 cents. Gross margin recovery forecasted to what? Because it used to be
On BROG.
75. It used to be 79%.
Voluntary delist from NASDAQ. BROG.
Baruch Energy voluntary delist from NASDAQ. 71.5 to 72.5. So, all right. I mean, that's what they did last quarter. So just basically back to last quarter. Well, no real surprise. You know, hopefully this thing ends up hanging in there. I don't really see, I mean, I don't know what more we expected out of this thing. Did we expect all-time highs? You know, I don't think so. I mean, still in an uptrend, so you know, unless this thing starts to take out, you know, this 133 level, I don't really see any issues with it, to be totally
Remember,
honest with you.
Thank everyone for joining us today on
That's completely fine. So unless barring some big change here in the next, I know they got their conference call, so, but barring some big change on that conference call, as long as we stay above 133, I think we're okay. It's not like some super impressive move, but not terrible either. Yeah, it didn't tank, held the market up. You know, Bitcoin's still acting a touch heavy. The VIX is down. Interesting to see the gold miners acting so well while gold did nothing today. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what tomorrow brings, guys. That's it for me. I don't know about you guys, but let's scan the market tonight. Let's see. Scroll up for your question. Is this how earnings season's gonna look like, Ariel? You sitting here? No, I don't. The earnings season's almost over, man. Earnings season's over. And yeah, when it's earnings season, I am definitely here. I'm sitting around reading earnings, looking at earnings, and kind of getting ready for the next day. But I do like to get my butt off of the screens, take my dogs for a little walk around the neighborhood, hang out, eat. But yeah, I'm here. Going through these earnings as well, just like you guys. So I'm full degen, just like you guys. So, but love you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Full day. I recorded this on OBS. So I will upload it to YouTube if they allow me to upload 7-hour videos. And I will see you guys bright and early in the morning. We'll scan and we'll see what the hell's holding up best for tomorrow. Dollar Wong, absolutely. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Later.